Good evening. We'll call tonight's council meeting to order. Do we have a closed session report?
Nothing to report, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Mr. Chen, would you lead us in the pledge to the flag? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Litzter.
Here.
Councilmember Luevanos.
Here.
Councilmember Judge.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Kavanaugh.
Here.
And Mayor Mashburn.
Here.
Thank you.
We welcome you to the Simi Valley City Council meeting. Due to the declining number of positive cases in Ventura County, we are enjoying the benefits of being in the orange tier. While we await details of the governor's announced plan to open the economy on June 15th, we urge Simi Valley residents to support Simi Valley businesses as much as possible. But we also remind everyone to continue to wear their masks, use hand sanitizer, and wash their hands often. We also remind the public that COVID vaccines are available to all persons aged 16 and over. Even in the orange tier, state rules do not allow for gatherings. Therefore, we continue to hold our council meetings virtually. However, there are still opportunities for the public to participate in this council meeting. The public statements are received via Zoom. As noted on the agenda, the public was encouraged to register no later than 3:30 p.m. today if they wish to speak via Zoom. Written comment are also accepted by email. Those emails have already been provided to the City Council. However, they will not be read by the City Clerk this evening.
The city thanks you for your patience. During this local emergency, the city continues to provide opportunities for the public to participate in the business of the city and for their voices to be heard. With that said, we can move on with tonight's meeting. Look at the agenda review. Are there any items for conversation? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on.
I move that all resolutions and ordinances presented tonight be read in title only and all further reading be waived.
Second.
Motion and second, we'll call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
If any member of the city council may have a conflict of interest or any reason why that member must abstain from the consideration of any matter on this agenda, he or she should so declare at this time. Any? No? Okay,
Okay.
next item.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, the first item on the agenda is item 1D1, an honorary resolution to the 2021 Community Volunteer of the Year, and Anna Medina is here for this presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council. Each year, the public at large is asked to nominate one dedicated volunteer to be selected as the Community Volunteer of the Year. Several nominations applauding the dedication, time, and talents of community members were received. Tonight, the City Council would like to recognize an outstanding member of our community, Robbie Hidalgo, as the 2021 Community Volunteer of the Year. At this time, I would like to read an honorary resolution recognizing him as the 2021 Community Volunteer of the Year. Whereas, since its incorporation in 1969, the quality of life for residents in the city of Simi Valley has been positively impacted by the selfless contributions of committed volunteers. And whereas, the Simi Valley City Council established a Community Volunteer of the Year to highlight the endeavors of an individual who is responsive to the current community needs and whose efforts embody a commitment to volunteerism. And whereas Robbie Hidalgo has been selected as the 2021 Community Volunteer of the Year for meeting the challenges of the pandemic head-on, increasing his volunteer efforts to tackle the unique economic hardships that came about during a health emergency. And whereas Robbie Hidalgo founded the See Me at the Garden free farmers market food distribution program, which grew from a monthly to a weekly program during a year when access to free, nutritious food was more essential than ever. And whereas Robbie Hidalgo, in partnership with the Ventura County Probation Agency and Big Brothers Big Sisters, established a Simi Valley extension of the Evening Reporting Center, which diverts youth at risk of recidivism. And whereas Robbie Hidalgo provided insight into the mental health needs in our city, assisting in the design, implementation, and interpretation of a community mental health needs assessment to Ventura County Behavioral Health. And whereas Robbie Hidalgo passionately advocates for the good of our residents and exemplifies the true spirit of volunteerism, genuinely giving from his heart to programs and projects that lift up the members of our community. Now therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Simi Valley that it hereby commends Robbie Hidalgo as the 2021 Community Volunteer of the Year and expresses its sincere appreciation for his very active and dedicated service to our community. Presented this 19th day of April, 2021.
Thank you very much, and congratulations, Robbie. It's well-deserved, and we hope to see you continue with your service to our city.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 1D2, an honorary resolution to the 2021 City Volunteer of the Year, and Anna Medina will present this item as well.
Each year, staff from the city's various departments is asked to nominate some of the city's dedicated volunteers for one to be selected as the City Volunteer of the Year. This year, there were several very dedicated and impactful volunteers nominated. However, tonight the City Council is recognizing the individual that stood out as having the greatest impact over the past year as the 2021 City Volunteer of the Year. At this time, I would like to read an honorary resolution recognizing Bill Oliver as the 2021 City Volunteer of the Year. Whereas, since its incorporation in 1969, the quality of life for citizens in the city of Simi Valley has continued to improve due to the significant contributions of the committed volunteers in our community. And whereas, even during a pandemic, over 100 City of Simi Valley volunteers continued to contribute thousands of hours to city programs and services. And whereas, the Simi Valley City Council established the City Volunteer of the Year to recognize a special individual whose outstanding service to the city represents our citizens' willingness to give back to their community. And whereas, the City of Simi Valley recognizes these extraordinary volunteers in conjunction with National Volunteer Week, which was established in 1979 to celebrate the impacts that volunteers have in communities across the United States. And whereas, Bill Oliver has been chosen as the City of Simi Valley's 2021 Volunteer of the Year for donating his time and skills to the Senior Center and the Simi Valley Council on Aging. And whereas, Bill Oliver has been volunteering weekly with the Meals on Wheels program since 2018, delivering nourishing food and making friendly visits to vulnerable, homebound seniors, and gives of his time to the See Me at the Garden, ensuring food security. And whereas, Bill Oliver has served on the Council on Aging Executive Board for 2 terms, attending monthly meetings to advocate for the needs of our city seniors to ensure their quality of life and continued independence. And whereas, Bill Oliver assisted with the Council on Aging's Bingo Bonanza fundraising event and was scheduled to serve as the annual Arts and Crafts Fair chairperson before it was canceled due to COVID-19. And whereas, Bill Oliver also served as the treasurer for the Council on Aging for 2 years and was instrumental in realigning its finances to ensure they adhered to city policies, and worked with city staff to ensure there was no lapse of coverage when the bookkeeper retired. And whereas his willingness to assist wherever needed only increased during the pandemic, during which he stepped in to cover driver shortages for Meals on Wheels and continued to manage the financial obligations of the Council on Aging during the senior center closure. And whereas, in addition to all that he does, he is the embodiment of selfless service, demonstrating unique warmth, intelligence, and positivity in all his volunteer capacities. Now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Simi Valley that it hereby commends Bill Oliver as the 2021 City Volunteer of the Year and expresses its sincere gratitude for his dedicated service to our community, presented this 19th day of April, 2021.
So a huge thank you to Bill Oliver, and once again, we hope he'll continue his service to our city. And job well done. Thank you so much.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 1D3, a proclamation proclaiming the month of April 2021 as DMV Donate Life California Month. And Chief Livingstone is here for this presentation.
Organ, eye tissue, marrow, and blood donation are life-giving acts recognized worldwide as expressions of compassion to those in need. And whereas more than 108,000 individuals nationwide and more than 21,000 in California are currently on the National Organ Transplant waiting list, and on average 17 people die each day while waiting due to the shortage of donated organs. And whereas the need is especially urgent in Hispanic, Latino, and African American communities, a single individual's donation of the heart, lungs, liver, kidney, pancreas, and small intestine can save up to 8 lives. Donation of tissue can save and heal the lives of more than 75 others, and a single blood donation can help 3 people in need. And whereas deceased organ donors saved more than 33,000 lives last year, the most ever, and over 16 million Californians have signed up with the state-authorized Donate Life California Donor Registry to ensure their wishes to be organ, eye, and tissue donors are honored. And whereas California residents can sign up with the Donate Life California Donor Registry when applying for or renewing their driver's license or ID cards at the California Department of Motor Vehicles, now therefore, the month of April 2021 is hereby proclaimed DMV Donate Life California Month in the city of Simi Valley to encourage its citizens to check yes when applying for or renewing their driver's license or ID card, or by signing up at www.donatelilifecalifornia.org or excuse me here. Maybe it would help if I put these on here. DoneVitaCalifornia.org, presented this 19th day of April 2021.
Thank you, Chief.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 1D4, a proclamation declaring the month of April 2021 as Earthquake Preparedness Month, and Chief Livingstone will be presenting this item as well.
Whereas Simi Valley residents have witnessed earthquakes that have resulted in property damage, injuries, and loss of life, and significant financial impacts, and whereas as many as 10,000 earthquakes occur each year in California and mitigation measures can save lives and speed the return to normalcy, and whereas California is the first state in the nation to offer free, cutting-edge technology designed to alert Californians before shaking begins through the Earthquake Warnings California system, including the MyShake app, Android earthquake alerts, and wireless emergency alerts. And whereas every community member of the Simi Valley can take proactive steps by learning about and implementing this technology to protect their families, employees, and neighbors from earthquakes. And whereas incorporating earthquake warning technology into emergency planning efforts can help mitigate risk of injury and death by providing a few additional moments to take protective actions. And whereas Simi Valley residents and employees are encouraged to participate in the Community Emergency Response Training, CERT, Academy to build their resiliency skills to protect themselves and help their neighbors during an earthquake or other crisis. And whereas households and businesses are encouraged to visit ready.gov to create emergency plans and kits to be prepared in the event of a disaster, and to visit 5:30 a.m. for emergency updates. Now, therefore, the month of April 2021 is hereby proclaimed Earthquake Preparedness Month in the city of Simi Valley to encourage its residents to download the MyShake app and be prepared in the event of an earthquake to help build a resilient community, presented this 19th day of April 2021. And if I could just add, it'd be great when we can get the CERT program back up and going again, because I think it's definitely a great program we have here in the city, and something that, like I always tell people, when there's an earthquake or something of that nature, the police and the fire department are going to be busy with a lot of different things at once, and we need those people within the neighborhoods to help step up and do the things that we might not be able to have the time to get out there to do. So I'll just put my plug in for CERT.
That's great. We appreciate your plug. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 2, public statements on appointments, special presentations, and informational reports. And Mr. Mayor, I believe we have 8 Zoom speakers for this item.
Okay, we're ready for the first speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first speaker tonight is Wahid Akbarzi. Mr. Akbarzi?
Hi there, yes. It just sent me the unmute. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Let me know when I can start.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, guys. So thank you, everyone, for your time. My name is Wahid Akbarzi. I've lived in Simi for more than 30 years. And so you could say I'm a son of Simi, and I wanted to talk about something very specific about item 4A. Is now the time to do so, or is that later?
That's for a later agenda item. This is for item 2.
For item 2, I also had a comment. So specific for the regarding housing, correct?
For the housing element, yes.
Yes. So I currently live in Thousand Oaks, and I did look to Simi for a place for myself and my wife to create roots. We are definitely on the wealthier side. Together, we make more than $150,000. And it wasn't a lack of money that made it difficult for us, but it was a lack of supply. One of the things I definitely wanted to note today of one of my 2 comments was we definitely need to push better housing at all levels, because I've definitely fallen in love with the city, worked with different members of the city, with yourselves at meetings, and even with money there in the account ready to go, it's difficult sometimes to pass up a place that's really, really nice in Thousand Oaks or really, really nice in Moore Park, but have to pay a similar amount for a much more dilapidated area in Simi Valley. So I think for young people like myself, currently I'm 33 years old, we want to make roots. I work at Kite Pharma, which is a local pharmaceutical company, and I'm an immunologist by trade. I really love science. I'm a member of the American Association of Immunologists, and I love kind of being able to support the community. But it's kind of sad that I can't live in Simi Valley because of the supply of housing that's in the area. And again, it's not due to lack of funds; it's just due to lack of a quality of supply. So that was my first item, and then later I wanted to speak a little bit on the CDBG item 4A, but that is what I had right now. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rebecca Alberon? Ms. Alberon, please unmute yourself.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, City Council and staff. My name is Rebecca, and I'm a founding member and a current lead with Ventura County YIMBY, which stands for Yes in My Backyard. I am here in support of reevaluating our current zoning laws It's time that we upzone. I am requesting a ban on single-family zoning only areas. I am looking forward to a housing element plan that plans for a high development of single-room occupancy developments, mixed-use housing near transit, mid-rise housing developments, ADUs, duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, studio apartments, transitional housing, supportive housing, public housing, a permanent shelter for our unhoused population, and a contribution to the current Section 8 housing program that exists in Ventura County that services our area. Sprawl is simply unsustainable, and we must focus on rezoning our current land that is already serviced by local infrastructure. An inclusive housing plan is one that plans for housing for all members of this community. I have lived in Simi Valley for almost 30 years. And as someone who is a millennial, who has a decent job, there simply isn't housing planning for the future. So for many of city leaders that are currently there that consistently talk about economic growth, about supporting the economy of this city, how can we do that if the folks that are currently here can't afford to live here? How can we do that if we're not planning for the housing of young people? If we are not planning for housing for workers at all levels, so no, we're not only supporting small businesses, but we also need to support the workers that are actually earning, wages there. So we really need to focus on planning for housing that is affordable. We need to plan for housing that is going to house our most vulnerable population as well. And of course, the millennial population that we currently have that often gets their education here, that are intelligent, that have leadership skills, but then leave because of lack of opportunities of housing and prospects of job here. So I just want us to make sure that that's reflected in the housing element plan. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Roop Mon?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Hello.
Ms. Mon?
Hi, sorry, I got kicked back to the webinar section. Am I back now?
Yes, you're back. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Again, hi, members of the City Council. I am calling in today to speak about more equitable housing, as I know you guys are hearing from the Planning Commission today. And I am someone who was born and raised in Simi Valley, which is, I joke, is I guess more rare than I think or know to be. I was born right here in the Simi Valley Hospital with my twin brother, so I'm just about as native as it gets to Simi Valley. I also cannot afford to live here in the future. I still live with my parents. I just came back, due to COVID with my bachelor's degree and thinking about future and living by myself or potentially with my brother. Housing prices in Simi Valley are just not friendly to young people. But I think you guys have heard a lot about that. So I want to talk about something else, which is that my family also, I was born here, and ever since I was born, my family does have a small business that they run here, and they have, since I was born. And creating more equitable housing and, more developments, and like Rebecca was talking about, rezoning would bring so much more business to small businesses. I know it would immensely help out my family's business and get business going. I know sometimes, it's really hard when I have a family of business owners and nobody wants to open businesses here. And it's because when you drive through, there are so many empty plazas. People joke that Simi seems to eat businesses. And so we really need to bring people in by creating more housing, by not forcing people out like myself, bringing in more young people, more families, more people that can spend money here in Simi Valley. It's good for revenue. It's good for small businesses. There's also, the new Amazon buildings here. And so we are creating jobs in Simi Valley, but we don't have the housing to house these people who are getting jobs here. So we're creating commute times. Creating housing in Simi Valley would cut down on traffic and all of that. I am someone too who, being born here, being raised here, living my life here, I'm tired of seeing empty plazas. I want things to do myself. I want new restaurants to go to. I want to, not just drive around and see dilapidated buildings everywhere that I go. And I want to stay here. I plan to go to grad school. I would like to live in Simi Valley while I go to law school. I do really like it here. I would just like the opportunity and the housing to be built here, so that I can stay here, and so that my friends can stay here, and so that new opportunities come to Simi Valley, more people come, the revenue booms, and we just make Simi as amazing as a city as it can be. So thank you so much. That's it for me.
Thank you.
Jackson Piper. Jackson, please unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Members of the City Council, thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Jackson Piper. I am one of the volunteer leads of Ventura County YIMBY. I'm here to speak today about agenda item 3B, the housing element. I wanted to start off by saying that Simi Valley's urban form is comprised of super blocks of residential neighborhoods, about 3/4 of a mile to a mile in length and half a mile in depth, surrounded by large high-speed arterial streets, which contain both commercial and residential uses along them. So you can imagine that the vast majority of Simi Valley has already been developed as single-family residences, which is what most of these neighborhoods contain within them. So what I'm arguing for today is, within these neighborhoods, residential forms that will not overwhelm the existing single-family building types, but which can provide additional reasonable density levels with which to house people in those neighborhoods. So we're talking duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, small, slightly more dense buildings that could easily be mistaken for a 2 or 3 story house. This would allow these neighborhoods to house more people than they currently do. I would say a lot more, but not in a manner of crowding other people out, and would generally be a benefit to the city's economy and the city's population as a whole. Your corridors along those arterial roads also offer another opportunity. Buildings of slightly taller form, up to 4 stories, and slightly denser housing, and you can accommodate new housing in that form along those arterials or within the existing underutilized shopping centers. And really, when you look at urban design, roads and streets are supposed to be bounded by the buildings along the side of them, form-wise, so that the height of the building is about equal to the height or the width of the roads. And so looking just at Cochrane, Alamo, and First Street, I found them to be about 65 to 80 feet wide between the curbs. This creates something called enclosure, which is actually, I know this is not a typical suburban way of thinking that a lot of our cities have, but it's actually a desirable effect in urban planning and urban design because it creates a sense of safety and security and of visual interest along the roads. I'm asking you to consider these other forms of housing including small mixed-use development, townhouses.
Mr. Piper, your time's up. If you could wrap it up, please.
Sure. So I'm asking you, when you consider what's presented in the housing element, to try to go further than just the basics, to try and really envision how you can accommodate more people in Simi Valley without changing much of the character. Thank you.
Thank you.
April Amante?
Hello,
Yes, go ahead, please.
can you hear me? Hi. Hi, thank you. My name is April Amonte. I'm a lifelong resident of Simi Valley. I grew up here. My parents live in Simi Valley. I live with them. And I want to add my voice in support of the housing element. I'm a millennial who I could not afford to own a home in Simi Valley myself. And all my friends that I grew up with in Simi Valley have either left and moved to other states or more affordable places, or I have some friends who had to save up for 10 plus years living at home with their children in order to even buy a quite inexpensive home. So I believe that housing is a human right for people across all race and class demographics. And in general, research has shown that the more resources people have, the more safe and peaceful communities become. So, you know, the white flight out of the San Fernando Valley and Los Angeles, because of the racist narratives that were being pushed in those decades by politicians who are saying that Black and brown people are violent and dangerous. This white flight, which is false, by the way, obviously, led to the creation of mostly affluent and white suburban areas like Simi Valley, these communities that are that we live in, and the lack of affordable housing in Simi deters people who have lower incomes from moving into the area, which maintains a stagnancy in the type of demographic that can even afford to live here. So how do we have a more diverse population of all people? How do we put an end to this systemic racism from long ago? And this is one way. Triplexes, studio apartments, permanent shelters for the unhoused, inclusive housing plans that are equitable, tiny homes, single resident occupancy, additional dwelling units, mixed use dwellings that combine residence and commercial and retail activities, townhomes, single and multiple dwellings with 2 to plus stories, apartments, single dwellings, detached houses, single, multiple story, multi-dwelling duplex. These are all possibilities I think that would be great to explore, to create more inclusive housing plans that are equitable and possible for all members of our community, and not just a community that caters to the middle class and higher. So I hope you strongly think about these things and consider this. And I just think it's the way forward in the future. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marlene Albaran. Ms. Albaran?
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect, thank you. Good evening. My name is Marlene. I am a lifelong resident of Simi Valley. As I look around the city, I see that there is no housing that fits my needs and budget. I would like for our city to plan for more affordable and more workforce housing. Stop putting up barriers to housing. It makes it less and less affordable for the younger generation. I can't continue to live here because I cannot afford a single family home, nor do I want to leave and commute into Simi Valley, creating more traffic and extending that commuting time for myself. I want us to encourage single room occupancy, studio apartments, more duplexes, fourplexes, low rise mixed use buildings, housing near transit and public housing. I want to remind everyone that tackling the various housing issues we face is not only tackling the housing crisis, but addressing the social and racial disparities and discrimination that have been the basis of housing policy. I also heard something about banning single-family housing zoning, which I do agree with that. And I can't stress enough that we need housing for millennials and our unhoused population. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nisha Narayanan.
Hello.
Nisha, go ahead, please.
Hi. So my name is Nisha. I'm using someone else's Zoom, but I am here to say that I really want to make sure that going forward, when we are planning for housing for Simi Valley, we ensure that we're having mixed use dwellings and more affordable housing in general as a way to, one, not only support the economic growth of the city, but also just to ensure that we're being as inclusive as possible. Young people, including my daughter, are not able to afford renting in the city and are instead having to live either at home or having to make sure that they get jobs that are someplace else, because there's just literally no way they can afford renting because there is no buildings currently that give that support. And I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the public comments for item 2.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 3A1, selection of one City Council member to serve on a selection committee with a continuing arts commissioner to interview and nominate prospective Simi Valley Arts Commissioners, and Anna Medina is here for this presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council. On June 30th, 2021, the terms of service for 2 members of the Simi Valley Arts Commission will conclude. Also, an additional position became vacant with the passing of Commissioner Greg Stratton. The Arts Commission is responsible for reviewing the annual financial and operational plans for the Simi Valley Cultural Arts Center prior to the City Council approval. It also reviews recommendations for capital purchases, grants, and other opportunities that would make the arts accessible for all members of the community. Membership on the commission is comprised of 2 City Council members, 4 City Council appointed public members, and 1 alternate member, as well as 1 Simi Valley Cultural Arts Center Foundation Board representative. All public members serve staggered 2-year terms. Staff initiated a recruitment on March 1st, 2021 to fill these upcoming vacancies. Recruitment efforts included a press release, cable television, public service announcements, shares on social media, and postings on the city's website. A total of 10 applications were received. However, 1 application was received after the deadline and therefore will not move forward in the process. It is estimated that approximately 2 hours will be needed to conduct the interviews. Staff is recommending that the City Council select 1 City Council member to virtually interview and nominate applicants for the commission for appointment by the City Council. City Council member Litster last served in this capacity on May 18th, 2020. This concludes the report, and staff is available to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, questions. First, we'll go with Councilmember Luevanos. Questions?
It's not a question so much as a request that I would like to volunteer to
Okay.
interview.
Okay. And Mayor Pro Tem Kavanaugh?
I also was interested in doing this nomination. Who are the 2 council members currently sitting on the?
It's Elaine.
Yes, currently the mayor and I have the privilege of being seated on that commission.
Okay. Did you have anything?
No, I was going to say, I enjoyed very much the opportunity of doing it last year. Always happy to do it, but I think it's someone else's turn. But it was really an honor, and great people serve on that commission. So thank you.
Okay, so we have 3 volunteers for 1 position.
Well,
excuse me, we'll.
I will certainly remove mine, because I think it
because
should,
you're
I've
there,
already had that
And
opportunity.
myself also.
I,
and-
I've never gotten to do this interview
I'm
of
sorry?
the commission, of the Simi Valley Arts Commission. That's why I'd be interested in just having the experience this time at least.
I don't remember if I've done it before or not. I just feel because we're looking for somebody that's going to be overseeing a lot of the financial aspects, and I am familiar with some of the past history there, I just thought it might be beneficial for me to be the interviewer.
To watch the numbers, yeah. I'm advised by the city manager we can have 2, so.
I motion we have 2.
Okay, I'll second that motion. Would you make a motion to have both Councilmember Luevanos and
I will
Mayor Pro Tem?
absolutely, I will so motion that Councilmember Luevanos and Mayor Pro Tem Kavanaugh are our interviewing representatives for that commission.
Okay, I'll second that motion. And we have a motion and a second. Call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 3A2, selection of 2 City Council members to conduct Americans with Disabilities Act ADA Paratransit Advisory Committee interviews. And Ron Fuchiwaki is here for this presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and council members. This evening, staff is requesting the City Council select 2 council members to interview and nominate prospective ADA Paratransit Advisory Committee members. The committee meets quarterly and provides for ongoing public input to agencies providing public transportation to individuals with disabilities. There will be 2 vacancies, 1 member status and 1 alternate status on April 30th, 2021. A recruitment resulted in 7 applications, and it is estimated the virtual interviews will take between 1 and 2 hours. Staff is requesting the City Council select 2 council members to interview and nominate prospective ADA Paratransit Advisory Committee members.
Okay, I'm on that committee, so I would like to volunteer to keep my involvement.
And I would be happy to volunteer in that capacity, having ridden the bus recently. I would love to
Okay,
have some input there as well, if possible.
so now we have Mashburn and Litster.
So moved.
A second?
We have I think we have a motion and second for Councilmember Litzner and Mashburn. Call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
I don't know what happened to mine.
Hmm?
Did mine go in or not? I did lock it. I did vote yes.
We'll note.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's noted, yes.
I can only tap so fast, okay? I've been zooming all.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 3B1, presentation on the progress of the housing element update for the 2021-2029 planning period, including scheduled opportunities for public participation. And Stratis Perros and Eric Chen are here for this presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and members of the council. Before I get started, and for the benefit of the earlier public speakers, I did want to note that this is just an informational presentation only, and the council is not taking any formal action tonight. So tonight, staff is presenting the progress of our housing element update. Since 1969, California has required that all local governments adequately plan to meet the housing needs of everyone in the community. California's local governments meet this requirement by adopting housing elements as part of their general plans. Our general plan serves as the blueprint for how our city will grow and develop. California's housing element law acknowledges that in order for the private market to adequately address the housing needs and demands of Californians, local governments must adopt plans and regulatory systems that provide opportunities for and do not unduly constrain housing development. As a result, housing policy in California rests largely on the implementation of local general plans and in particular local housing elements. Our housing element was last updated in 2014. This new housing element update will provide policy guidance for housing development from 2021 through 2029. The housing element does three essential things. It identifies Simi Valley's housing conditions and needs. It establishes the goals, objectives, and land use policies that are the foundation of the city's housing strategy, and it provides an array of programs to create vibrant and sustainable neighborhoods across the city. So what is the housing element update process? It's both a combination of public outreach and also some technical review. The housing element update process encourages public participation through community outreach. Input from residents, business owners, and other stakeholders are critical to the success of the housing element. The city is making every effort to engage the members of the community who want to help shape the future of Simi Valley. We are holding public workshops. We've made presentations to the Task Force for Homelessness and the Chamber of Commerce, and we've reached out to realtors and other developers. The update process includes the following steps. The first was community outreach to the community. We have been updating over this past year, even during COVID. We've been doing some technical matters, such as updating the city's demographic conditions and reviewing and analyzing sites to meet the city's RENA allocation, and also looking at creating policies and programs for existing and future housing needs. And going forward, we'll be presenting a draft update to the Planning Commission and City Council later this fall, and ultimately be submitting to the state for certification. And I know this is very important to you, Mr. Mayor, but we always talk about local control. And this is the part of the process where Simi Valley determines the shape that we're going to be and how we're going to look. We dictate where and how we want to build, what we want to build, and what we want to preserve. And so that's something I do want to underscore. This is community-driven, there's local control, and we will be deciding how we build. But there are some state housing element requirements that we must comply with, and these are listed on the slide there. They include an assessment of current and future housing needs. These could be demographic trends that are occurring currently, housing market trends, and identifying special needs groups. Our housing element update will be including an analysis of opportunities and constraint on housing. We heard from some of the speakers talk about market conditions, the lack of supply. There's also governmental processes. Are our codes effective? Environmental constraints and infrastructure challenges. Our housing element update also has to have a resources and sites inventory. So we look at where our projected housing demand can be accommodated in the city, what sites are available to accommodate housing for all income levels, and financial and administrative resources. Next, our update will include past accomplishments. We're going to look at our current housing element and what progress we've made to meeting the goals and objectives we've established in that document. And also, finally, our housing element update needs to have programs to assess housing needs. This is such as housing conservation and improvement, housing assistance, removal of constraints, and facilitation of housing. So we'll talk a little bit about our housing number. This was the number from just recently that the Southern California Association of Governments has officially assigned to the county and their SCAG region, and specifically Simi Valley. And so what you see on the screen there is the SCAG region, which is the 6-county region of Ventura, LA, Orange, San Bernardino, Riverside, and Imperial County, were assigned a number of about 1.3 million housing units were identified. And of that, Ventura County got assigned about 24,452, which is less than 2% of that 1.3 million number. And of that 24,452 divided amongst the 10 Ventura County cities, Simi Valley got assigned a number of 2,793. And I always want to underscore, this is not what we are going to be building in the next year. We don't build housing. but we just are planning for it. Do we have the land or strategies or programs in place to accommodate that number of housing? And that's what our housing element is going to be contemplating as we go forward. Also, when we talk about housing for all, we do look at these income level groups. Of that 2793 number, we also are making sure that we can demonstrate that the housing element update can accommodate its total RHNA number and its allocations by income levels. Again, we are not responsible for building these. The market will dictate whether they want to build this type of housing. But is our programs in area and town able to supply this? And that's something our housing element will be considering. But you can see some of the numbers, the percentages based on area median income, which I believe is about 98,000 right now. And so that's what those numbers represent if you're above or below it. So we do have several strategies on how to meet our housing number, our housing needs. And so this first number of that 2793, sometimes the misnomer is that the entire number needs to be accommodated through, let's say, rezoning. And that's not correct. What we can do is get credits from all the good work we've done, the council and the planning commission have done over the years for projects that have been in the pipeline that have been approved but not built yet. So things that might come to mind might be like the farmer's site, the farmer's building site, currently Enclave development. It's going to be built, probably after July 1st. And so those units will be credited to the next housing element update cycle. Projects like the Tapo and Alamo or the old Parks District headquarters site on Sycamore are all examples of projects that have been in our pipeline that are still haven't been built yet, but they will be when they do get built, they will be credited to our next housing element update. What this map also shows are accessory dwelling units. And these are the accessory dwelling units generally where we've built throughout the city over the last several years. And we average about 62 dwelling unit ADUs annually each year. And we even see that number currently going up. So it's a very good solution for meeting our housing needs locally because we have over 30,000 single-family houses here in Simi Valley. And the fact that ADUs is a significant tool that we can utilize to meet our housing needs because of so many houses out there, and also to help, supplement the income or mortgage of people that own the house to bring in the extra income or have children of those adult parents that may want to live on their own, but maybe this is the best they can afford. So it's a great tool for the resource that we have in Simi Valley, which is a plethora of single-family homes. The next slide is kind of a scorecard of where we've been since our last housing element update cycle. And what this slide shows is projects that were rezoned in the past and that were built out. And what you see there in the pink are projects over like on the west is Los Angeles and Madera. Those are the townhomes over there by the Lansea Development Company. In the middle there is another pink is on Sycamore is the Sycamore Landing, the old Parks District headquarters site. We know about Tapo and Alamo and even the SRO project on Tapo Street. And what you also see in the gray or the light purple are projects that we rezoned last time but never got built or developed. And that's one of the things I want the public to understand. Just because we rezone something, just because we adopt a new code, doesn't mean it gets built. And so it's something we have to look at that. What was the impediment? Maybe it's property owners don't know about their zoning. Maybe it's the difficulty of the particular site. Maybe it's our development code makes it more of a barrier. So we will be looking at this and how can we, without even having to rezone, get those areas that weren't touched last time and get people encouraged to develop them. And then thirdly, meeting our 2793 RHNA number, we will be looking at rezoning. Now we're looking at a number probably about 900 to 1,200 units is what needs to be accommodated through rezoning efforts. And again, this is an example of local control. We're not touching our open space. We're not touching single-family neighborhoods. We're trying to identify underutilized commercial areas or other parcels that may have had difficulty being entitled earlier, or other areas, and what you see there is the circle around our Metrolink site, where state law is encouraging us to put more housing near transit, and our train station is a high-quality transit area. And so we want to make sure, can we upzone that area where more housing is near transit, near shopping, near the park in that area, and then that meets some of the other state goals. Also, we have areas highlighted there in pink that, again, areas we've identified previously that don't need to be rezoned, but they're ready to go. So, concluding, there is going to be other opportunities for public participation after tonight. To be added to the contact list for future public participation events. We're asking the public to email their request to the envirovservices@semivalley.org email link, or to call our department number at 805-583-6773 if they would like to be added to the contact list or public participation. And then lastly, we do have a schedule. Tonight is April 19th. We're presenting this progress presentation to the City Council. Previously, we've held our first 2 workshops at the Planning Commission. This Wednesday, in 2 days, we will be having our 3rd workshop, and we will be discussing our RENA sites, some of those maps that I was just showing to you. We've heard a lot of the comments that was raised by the public earlier tonight at our public workshops, and we are going to be exploring the ideas that they presented. But one thing I want to underscore is that we are trying to look at housing for all economic levels, and we say it from penthouses to tiny houses. And so we are looking for ways to accommodate some of those ideas we heard, the SROs and the mixed uses and what have you. But there are ways to grow here in Simi Valley to also provide for more single-family housing, more townhomes. Not everything has to be an apartment building everywhere. Sometimes it's just the next increment of zoning upwards to encourage development that's appropriate with the context of the area around it. So if there's a single-family neighborhood and there's an empty lot in that area, then maybe another single-family project would make sense, but the current designation doesn't get us there. That's a candidate for maybe rezoning. So that's something we'll be talking about on Wednesday night. Following Wednesday night, staff and our housing consultant team will be preparing the draft housing element. And on June 1st is our expectation that'll be available for public review. And then leading up to the June 9th Planning Commission meeting, where the draft housing element update will be discussed. We are doing an environmental assessment for CEQA compliance, and that'll be occurring this summer. We will be submitting our draft housing element to the state, and they'll be for their review through the summer as well. And then the adoption hearings at the end of the process will be this fall, first at the Planning Commission in September, and then ultimately back here at the City Council for final approval by October of 2021. So that's our timeline looking forward. So with that, that concludes our presentation for tonight.
Okay, don't go anywhere. I think there's questions and comments. So we'll start with Councilmember Luevanos.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. You read my mind. I have a couple questions. Is there any way that we can facilitate the building of the ADUs? You said we have about 62, and that seems like a very viable way for us to increase housing. And I know from, we're actually planning one because we're a 3-generation household. So I know that VCOG had said that they got funding, that they're working on like having some standard blueprints. So I just want to know if you were aware, if you're working with VCOG so that we can make those like standardized blueprints available, because I know that's part of one of the barriers that people have with regard to, building ADUs.
Mm-hmm. So several things. We did bring earlier this year an ordinance update regarding accessory dwelling units to the council, which you did approve. And that kept us in compliance with the ever-changing state law. So our ordinance reflects all the current requirements of the state, so we're compliant that way. Also, we have recently received both SB2 money funding and LEAP money, about $810,000. And that money is going to help pay for our housing element update. And then after we do our housing element update, it's going to help us update our codes. It's going to help us revise our processes. And then thirdly, you did mention about the VCOG opportunity there, maybe for some standard designs. And we are working with our local Ventura County planning partners here and some other facilitators to explore that further. So it's in the queue. Not everything is going to be done in October 21. There's going to be the next phase of implementation that's going to occur after that, these ordinance updates, perhaps some specific plans. And so I don't want everyone to get their expectations all going to be wrapped up in October. So yeah, we are going to get there, and I think the market just by itself is finding the popularity of ADUs. The process just currently is pretty easy, but it's complicated for some people. It's expensive, and but we do try to make our internal process at the counter very straightforward.
Okay, thank you. I have another question. With regard to the, another comment that I've heard from people trying to build ADUs is they're like, well, and I had heard that there was going to be a point in time where there was going to be a way to find where all the pipes and all the, with older houses, especially where all the pipes are, where the internet is, where the, AT&T has been updating fiber cable and things like that throughout the city. So is there a way to facilitate that process so that, if they're, not going through a big contractor that wants to charge them, $200,000, that would be facilitated?
Yeah, every property is going to be different, based on the size or configuration and age of home, let's say. Maybe a detached accessory dwelling unit makes sense for some people. Maybe a unit attached to the main house. Maybe converting the garage. Maybe a junior accessory dwelling unit. So we have several options that people can select from if they find one is more practical or easier than the others. And so the rules have been made, let's say just the garage conversion example, a little bit easier to use that sort of area to do it. But you're right, connecting to water, sewer, heating, ventilation, complying with other building code requirements, they're all a challenge when you do this, so they have to be complied with. So you need somebody who understands those design requirements, but our staff does a great job of working with people to help guide them to the best resources.
Okay, my other question is, you mentioned all the different types of housing, and we heard from a lot of the speakers, requests for duplexes and triplexes and SROs and apartments and just the diversity of housing that we really need in the city. What was the data that, that has been pulled or that has been used so that we can actually plan, for the next 10 years, for the next decade in the city? Have we polled, and can we have access to that information? Can the public have access to the information? You mentioned we have 30,000 single-family dwelling units. How many duplexes do we have? How many triplexes do we have? How many apartments and condos do we have? What is the average age of the resident in Simi Valley and the income? And, how do we meet those needs? Because as I talk to people in the community, especially millennials, some of them, they don't want to own a house. Like, they don't want that responsibility. And so they would prefer something like an SRO. They would prefer an apartment. My little sister, is in her 30s, and she's like, I don't want to own a house. That's too much responsibility. I would rather just rent something. And then we also have our aging population who, can't maintain a 4-bedroom house anymore. And their kids have all grown up, and now they have grandkids. And so they have asked, repeatedly for those duplexes or those triplexes or those fourplexes because it still feels like your own home, but it's more affordable. And right now, what I'm seeing in the market is those duplexes are going for as much as a single-family home. And so we have a huge competition in the market here in Simi Valley because of a lack of housing. So how do we assess what kind of housing that we need? Are we doing surveys? Are we, just asking? I mean, I'm glad we heard the comments today, but what data are we using besides public comments to make sure that we are actually meeting the needs of the community?
All right. So we are working with our housing element consultant. We've done some technical studies. The housing element update is going to be about 140 pages, and all the data that you're talking about will be in there. We did do our census recently. We have other Department of Finance numbers. So what's been built currently in the city, the demographic trends, that will be incorporated into the final document. Again, not every zoning needs to go, let's say, from residential very low all the way up to residential very high. I always say it's the next increment zoning upward may get us there. So in an existing single-family neighborhood, maybe the next increment of zoning would allow for more duplexes or triplexes. Or maybe some neighborhoods with already a residential high designation might go up to residential very high. So we're trying to make sure it makes sense with the context of the neighborhood of where it's doing it, addressing some of the needs that were brought up by the public speakers, such as along arterials, near transit, near commercial centers. So really, we're looking at the context of the neighborhoods of what makes sense. And then, again, it's what will the market respond to? We can zone or plan for anything, but will the market actually want to build it? So the goal here is to cast a broad and wide enough net that there's hopefully something for everybody. It will result in projects occurring, and hopefully encouraging people to invest in underutilized or maybe areas of the city that are economically depressed relative to others, to get investment in those areas. And that raises the property tax values and benefits the city as a whole. So there is some strategic nature of it, of what we're trying to do.
And is there an element of is there a portion of the housing element that takes into account not just, I know when we talk about infrastructure, we usually talk about roads, but takes into account the technological infrastructure, because that has impacted us in a dire way as well, especially with the PS events and the burdening on the technology that we're lacking when we have a lot of people that are telecommuting, that are, they're working from home, they're teaching from home, they're learning from home. So is that something that we can include or that we can prioritize as a city? Having fiber, I've talked often about having technology corridors to support our businesses, and especially like mixed use, like that the Topo Street corridor that, is already zoned, but that would be a really good place for like mixed use, so that we have, commercial below and then residential above. But that would be a great place to build up that technological infrastructure to support those kinds of developments. Is that a part of the housing element as well?
I know the city manager can speak very eloquently about the citywide effort for the wireless infrastructure implementation throughout the city. And so that is happening regardless of our housing element. There is that whole process. Again, any housing that gets built now is going to have to comply with all the current rules and requirements, and so solar is a big part of it, or being wired for solar, so we're going to see that. All the buildings that are built nowadays under the current code are going to be energy efficient, and they're always meeting the current energy requirements, and those get updated every 3 years. So through a combination of efforts, the technological gap, the wireless connections, the energy efficiency, the solar, that hopefully, with all the outages that we have around here, will be ways that our new housing will, it conserves water more than some of the older housing. It uses it more efficiently, uses power more efficiently. So these are all going to be very positive trends for any new housing development that occurs.
And I can just add on the technology, and we entered into that contract with Sci-Fi Networks.
Yes, I remember.
Who is laying the fiber throughout the entire community. Every parcel in town will be served with fiber. We just had a conversation with them last month. They should be starting construction later this year. Within, I think it's about a 3-year build out. Every property in town will have fiber to the property.
Wonderful.
So we will literally be a gigabyte city.
Okay, excuse me, in the
Thank you,
interest
Mayor.
of getting everybody involved here, if you have more questions, we'll come back
Yeah,
to you.
no,
But
that's
let's
fine.
go
Thank
ahead
you,
and
Mayor.
move on to Councilmember Litster.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate your presentation. Let me just quickly ask some questions about the single-family home zoning, et cetera. As you mentioned, we recently passed the ADU and junior ADU requirements to be compliant with the state. Are those numbers that, in essence, so every single-family home theoretically could have a second residence or a third residence in some way, are those numbers counted then in this housing element? Do we basically say those 30,000 single homes now could be 90,000?
So yeah, your first question, if an ADU is built, a junior ADU or anything
Sure.
of that type, it all counts towards meeting our RENA obligation. We also kind of broke it down by income levels. Not every ADU will meet every one of those income levels, but generally they'll meet some of the moderate numbers or the
And
above
that was
numbers.
going to be a follow-up question. How do you assess what RENA number, whether it's moderate, low, et cetera? How is that assessed?
So part of it's based on the census tract where it's located.
Okay?
And so, obviously if there's an economically depressed census tract and there's an ADU being built there, the rents will probably be easier to count towards our lower income number. And then also, the size of the unit also dictates the price. And so, these ADUs aren't usually that large. Maybe it's converted to garage, and so that usually keeps the costs low. So they're affordable by design, I always say, but-
And so can you then extrapolate and say, okay, this is a 500 square foot unit on top of a garage, therefore it is low income or very low income?
Through a combination of factors, we can hopefully put it in the right category there
Okay.
to account for it appropriately.
I just want to be sure we had authority to do that so that we accurately reflect. You mentioned that that if it was rezoned last time but not built, we have that. Do those then numbers count towards our RENA number projections?
Again, any project that's built July 1st of this year or afterwards will count towards our next cycle. So there are things we've approved, are currently under construction, things we built. Now, that's good for the last cycle. But
Right.
July 1st is the cutoff point of this
But
year.
if it wasn't, if it was zoned to house a X amount, it was not built, that then counts towards fulfillment of our next.
When it gets built, whether it was rezoned now or rezoned from before, when it gets built, if it's after July 1st, it'll count towards the next housing element update.
Okay. And then I just wanted a quick question, and then that's it, about you. You mentioned upzoning near train stations, and you mentioned trying to identify underutilized commercial sites, et cetera. So what you're talking about is mixed-use development and possibly, or an overlay. Is that correct? Is that what?
In some cases, mixed use overlay, or sometimes there's just like around you mentioned near the Metrolink site, there are just residential zone neighborhoods that could just be residential zoning but higher.
Gotcha.
And so it doesn't have to be a commercial component in those neighborhoods.
And I guess I want to take more specifically the commercial. My concern, of course, is we recently had an experience with an overlay of commercial, and the commercial component just shrunk to peanuts, and residential took the rest of it. And I know, what is being built into this housing element to preclude that so that we have a balance that was intended?
So this is a multi-pronged approach. The first step is the housing element update, the big picture. Then the specifics will be done in code updates. And one thing we've identified is the need to update our mixed-use ordinance. I think the council has appropriately identified that maybe we've wound up with some projects that we never really intended for. Maybe 100% residential in a commercial area that wasn't quite appropriate. So these are things we need to address in our code update when we look at how to better serve our mixed-use areas. Because one of the themes we heard from the speakers is jobs and housing. We say housing development is equal to economic development. And we don't want to usurp all our commercial areas with purely residential, then we don't have a balanced community. So we're trying to make sure we have all the services, needs, entertainment, restaurants being preserved and protected, but introducing residential in a way that's sensitive to the context of that neighborhood, that's compatible, but without obliterating the commercial. That's the goal here.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it, Stress.
Okay. No?
I was just going to say, great presentation. Thank you.
Okay, I have some questions for you. I think the first question might kind of tag on to what Councilmember Litzer was talking about, is we've had discussions about underutilized commercial, I guess you would say, or outdated by far, but sitting on pretty good sized properties. And we've had discussions in the past about rezoning at the city level to try paving the way for those folks to maybe get into the residential housing market. Is that something that'll be discussed on Wednesday night?
Yeah, if not on Wednesday, as we continue this conversation through the whole entire process. Because one of the things we also learned along the way was the need for objective design standards. Again, to make sure we have development that really is not, we don't wind up something we weren't intending, to have the right size and shape and sensitive to the area, but meeting hopefully the needs of both the community and the developer. That is something we're going to be working on as we, again, go forward with our development and code update process, looking at revising our mixed-use overlay, but also looking at those objective design standards. Because remember, Housing Accountability Act is going to be a big factor. Once we upzone, once we change the general plan, we are committing ourselves as a community to allowing growth in that area. And we're going to have our hands tied again and saying, well, you upzoned it, you got to allow it. Well, let's make sure whatever we're allowing is exactly what we want.
Okay, I think just hearing the comments from the public, and not only tonight but at other times, I think there's a misconception that this council has a total control and we just say, yes, build this or don't build it. And it's much more detailed than that. And if you could give an explanation of what not only this council but previous councils have done, and how many affordable units have we denied that we've had opportunity to approve of a project.
Yeah.
Because I can't remember of any.
I would concur.
And I think it's not fair to the public. We're missing the boat on not educating them on how that process works.
Yeah, I do think it's important to celebrate what we do well here, and one of them is when we get a project that's provides affordable units. I think we have a perfect record on that. We do try to work with every applicant that comes in the front door to make sure we have the best project for the city. Sometimes we talked about, current state laws that maybe take some of the local power away, but we do have the ability to, again, when we grant a rezone or a general plan update, to really work with the applicant to make sure we are getting exactly what we intend there. But yeah, no, I think this council and the planning commission has a very good record of approving a lot of projects. But remember, a lot of things we approve never get built.
Yeah, I think the difficulty is explaining that.
And there's another reason. So why not? Well, it's very expensive to build now. Construction costs are high. Labor's difficult to come by, and financing's a challenge. So it's not always easy. As much as we think changing zones or new codes is going to get us there, it's a whole world of financing out there that really dictates it. So again, it would be nice if everybody could build like they used to do in the old days, but now we kind of rely on some select developers to provide our housing. And it's really getting everybody. That's what the ADU does. It allows everybody to get in the housing game.
Yes, yes. Another area that I would hope that you could educate when you have these public hearings is we became a city in 1969. And this city was, one of the gentlemen, I think it was Mr. Piper, he was talking about the arterials we have like Sycamore and the different Erringer and what have you, and the difficulties with some of those streets. And I think it's important that they understand that the original councils and planning directors, they were handed this city already developed, if you will. And so could you explain some of the challenges to a planning director that would occur back then? I know you don't have a crystal ball and can't know exactly what they were thinking, but that has to be a challenge to a city when they receive it from the county in this condition and then try making it what everybody would like to see today.
Yeah, I mean, some general statements is we are very much a commuter community. A lot of our residents here commute to other cities to work. And so we don't have the same jobs and housing balance that some cities get bigger during the daytime. People commute into those cities to work, and then they leave at night, and the city actually gets smaller. We're a little bit the opposite, perhaps. Now with COVID and people, telecommuting, we'll see how that changes things. We got very popular during COVID because the way our style of city was built, and people didn't need to drive to downtown LA. So these current trends affected what happened, 40, 50 years ago when they were developing back then. Again, all the easy properties were done first, all the things on the valley floor. Then they maybe worked to the harder properties. There's always a desire for hillside views, but infrastructure is a perpetual challenge, one of the key things about our city is it's been built around the automobile. And when you look at it, that's what we look like. We are a very sprawled out city with a lot of infrastructure to maintain versus cities that were built like, let's say, downtown Ventura before the automobile or around the pedestrian. And you see those historic cities and how they physically look different than today's modern cities around the automobile. So it's really about the era that you're being built. So, we do have some challenges going forward because all the easy properties are gone. Most of the land has been developed. We have a lot of underutilized parcels we can look at using more efficiently. And again, this is always about, maintaining good sales tax and property tax for our budget, encouraging development to raise our property tax base, but not eliminating all our commercial area to eliminate our sales tax base. So again, the goal here is balance, and that's what we're going to be striving for.
Okay. Last, thank you very much. Excellent report. We appreciate it. I think it was very helpful, not only to the council, but to those folks that are watching. So thank you very much.
Again, we encourage people to participate this Wednesday night at the Planning Commission. There'll be other opportunities down the road. We wanted to be here tonight because next time you're going to see us is going to be October when it's all buttoned up. So if there was any questions or comments, let us know, and we'll make sure they get incorporated into our final document.
Great, thank you. Did you have any more questions?
Yes, I had a couple more. You asked one that I wanted answered already, so thank you, Mayor. But yeah, just two more. How can we best ensure that low-income and very low-income housing is built?
So one of the programs we're going to be discussing, and again, this is going to be driven by decision makers in the community, maybe is an inclusionary housing ordinance. It's something that most every other city has, but we don't. And what that does is make sure is that each and every project that build, carries, provides its fair share of an affordable housing component. And I do think that incrementally, every project doing that will add up to a lot of numbers over a period of time. So I think that's probably the first step I would recommend.
Okay, and thank you. My other question is, how do we make sure that the more dense or diverse developments are spread out throughout the city? Because we tend to have, we do have this NIMBY attitude when we look at projects. We have residents who come in there, I don't want that next to me, or I don't want that next to me. But it's okay to build it over there. It's okay to build it over there. And so, it seems that the cities that are the most successful are the ones that have the diverse housing, whether it's apartments or condos or SROs or duplexes or triplexes, all the different types of housing that have been requested that are spread throughout the city. So can we do an analysis when we're doing our plan to make sure that these different diverse developments are spread out throughout the city and they're not just concentrated in one area? Because what I've noticed is that, there seem to be certain pockets of the city where, let's build another apartment complex there. Oh, let's build another one next to that. Let's build another one next to that. As opposed to spreading it out. And that would also help with our commuter issues, because I noticed that there's certain areas of the city where, again, there's a concentration of dense developments. And then there's areas of the city where there's no apartments. And I'll just give one example. When I was walking down one of the side streets by Alamo, when I said, what do you think of these apartments here? And he said, oh my gosh, we're so grateful. People thought that we were going to be upset. It was on Apricot Road, and there's a lot of older developments there, older homes, rancho houses. And I said, what do you think of the apartments? They're like, we love them. They're great. We really needed them. Like, we wanted our kids out of our homes. Like, we wanted to kick them out. And so the apartments enabled our children to be able to move, our adult children now, to move out of our homes and have their own spaces and places. So, can we make sure that we, when we do this planning, can we ensure that we have regional input as well, to make sure that we spread the diversity of housing throughout the city, because this is a responsibility of the entire city, the entire community, to provide housing for our residents. Not to say, we don't want that here specifically, but it's okay if you build it over there because there's already apartments over there.
Yeah. Again, when you saw some of the earlier maps, I don't know if you go back to the strategy slide. Let's go back to that next. There you go. So again, we're not changing, we're not encouraging vast changes to the city. The hillsides will be the hillsides. The single-family neighborhoods are saying. So we're really trying to target our upzoning to very specific areas, maybe the LA Avenue corridor. But also what's in that LA Avenue corridor is Patricia and Haywood, where we have a lot of our apartment buildings funneled, very purposely, because it's next to transit, it's next to shopping, it's near a lot of other services. But Patricia and Haywood is kind of leveled off, plateauing. The parcels need to be consolidated. People don't very readily amalgamate their land right next to each other to larger developments. They kind of go it themselves, and that's not really working. So if we can upzone that area to really finish out all the apartment intensity there, it'll finish off the block, and it makes a lot of sense because of the synergy of what's happening in that area of town. So that's a goal where we're purposely looking at that area. But the other goal is to look at, where is the shopping? Where is the transit? Where are the arterial streets? Where could it be more readily accommodated? I know everyone is for growth, but they're not necessarily for change. People love these things in concept, affordable housing, until it's right next door to them. So we understand that side of human nature, but we do think the areas we're targeting aren't just pie in the sky. We do think they make a lot of sense and have generally received the comments we've received from the community. But we are targeting some other parcels specifically for single-family home type of development. So we're trying to make sure we accommodate all the needs, but specifically for multifamily housing that you're looking at, we're not looking at just one part of the city. We're looking at either end. But again, we're not talking drastic changes or vast rezoning. It's very surgical what we're trying to do here.
Okay, yeah, and that's, thank you for pointing that out, because, the layout of our city is, we're like a long city. There's the east end and the west end of Simi Valley. We're very unique geographically compared to other cities where, it's more sprawled out and it's more like a block shape. We're like a giant capital I, you know, that's the shape of our city. So just to make sure that, because you're asking for input, so I'm providing it, that we keep that in mind so that we have, because there are needs of people on both ends of Simi Valley, and most people just in the center. I live on the east end or the west end of Simi Valley, but just to make sure that it is intentionally spread out and that we are meeting the needs of that community on both ends of Simi Valley.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I'd like to thank Eric Chen. He's our housing planner, our whole housing division at this point. He does tremendous work for us, so thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you, Stratus.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is public hearings. This is the time for testimony on public hearings on the consideration of matters as presented on this agenda. Let the record show that due notice was given as required by law, and an affidavit to this effect is on file at the City Clerk's office. All comments submitted by email have already been provided to the City Council and will be made part of the record. However, they will not be read by the City Clerk this evening. All persons who register by 3:30 p.m. today will be called on to speak during the public testimony for item 4 for a period of no more than 5 minutes each. Persons addressing the City Council are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. Comments shall be limited to matters relevant to the item on the agenda and may be ruled out of order if comments are unrelated to the item. The reports of the city staff relating to the matters shall be made part of the record of the meeting. If you challenge in court any of the council decisions made here tonight, you may be limited to raising only those issues you or someone else raised at this public hearing. The time within which judicial review must be sought is governed by California Code of Civil Procedure, Section 109(4.6). Agenda item 4A, a public hearing on the Community Development Block Grant Allocations and Draft Fiscal Year 2021-22 Action Plan. And Julia Ramirez is here for this presentation.
City Council. On February 25th, the Community Development Block Grant Advisory Committee recommended that the City Council approve the draft fiscal year 21-22 action plan with the committee's preliminary funding recommendations. In CDBG, there are 3 categories of allowable expenditures: public service, capital improvements, and administration. Public services are funded on a 2-year basis, with this being year 1. This year, staff received a total of 6 applications and processed 3, 2 for public services and 1 for capital improvements. HUD has published the entitlement amounts for the 21-22 fiscal year. The city will receive $638,692. As required by HUD regulations, the draft action plan for fiscal year 21-22 was released for a 30-day public review period on March 19th. The draft action plan contains the preliminary allocations as recommended by the committee. It is recommended that the City Council adopt the committee's funding recommendations and make the final determination of projects and programs to be funded in the coming year, and also to authorize the submission of the action plan to HUD. This concludes staff's presentation, and we are available for questions.
Okay. Questions of staff by the council? Councilmember Litzter.
Thank you very much. In reading through the report, I'm trying to understand. It looked like that when the meeting was held back in December, it looked like there were maybe 15 different entities that expressed interest and came to the planning, et cetera. And then, it looks like you contacted 170 different agencies, so you absolutely did due diligence in trying to get the word out for availability. But it appears that, as you mentioned, that 3 actually applied for these funds. Is that accurate?
Correct. We contacted about 170.
Mm-hmm.
About 15 or 16 came to the actual workshop. Of those, we received 6 applications. Only 3 of them proceeded. The other 3 withdrew.
Gotcha. And I guess my question is, what do you attribute that to? Is it the difficulty of the application? Is it the hoops they have to jump through? Is it?
It was a variety of things. As I recall, one of them just was not in a position to really be ready to apply and have all the requirements. The other one could not comply with what the documentation that HUD requires.
Okay.
And I don't remember the third one, but it was something similar. We also met with a few others that just wanted to explore further whether this was actually the correct funding for their proposal.
Okay, and just a couple other things. In the report, like page 26, it talked about the special event program of $25,000 funds. Is that through HUD or is that something?
not through HUD.
That's not through HUD, okay. I just was curious of the funding source, but maybe that's a Brian question, but
For the,
but that's all right.
you don't want to ask now?
Do you know?
Which application was
Page
it for?
26 of the full report talks about, I mean, it has the funds that are with HUD, then also,
So this is talking about the home
It's a-
rehab program. We have various different funding sources for the home rehabilitation program, which is including home funds, which are from the federal government, as well
Right.
as our housing successor agency, low and moderate income,
So-
former redevelopment funds.
so I guess the question I had was on, it lists the special event support program, 25,000.
So we do have, the council does allocate out small portions. In the budget, there's $25,000 available to allocate out for special events that nonprofits may do in the community.
Gotcha.
Previously, we have funded a portion of Simi Valley Days, a portion, different other organizations. That's what they're referring to. So they may be looking at
And so that's general
quite
fund?
frankly, a much easier funding source.
Right.
That $25,000 is general fund. But I will
Okay.
piggyback onto what Julio was saying, was that we lose a lot of, we have over the years and continue to lose a lot of potential applicants because of the federal strings attached to CDBG money.
Sure.
It is, you may get the money for 1 year, but your follow-through is multiple years. And they require a lot of data on a regular basis. And a lot of applicants have just said, I don't want to be involved anymore because it costs them more to get the money than
Than
use
to
it.
actually use it. That makes sense. And just one more quick question. I know that part of this then is a portion goes towards street repair, and specifically in theoretically lower income areas, et cetera. The report references that the street repair particularly takes place in Census Tract 79701-1. Where is that exactly?
That is where they're proposing it this year.
And I just was curious what that census tract, what that meant for Simi Valley. It wasn't clear in the report.
Boy, we can get you that map.
Yeah.
Okay, I just a curiosity, because okay. Okay. That was it. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Okay, do we have any public comments?
Mayor, I had a question. Do you want me to ask it later?
No, go ahead and ask it now.
On page one of the report, the executive summary, I'm not sure what page on the report it is, but on the executive summary, page 1, it states that the general objective categories are decent housing, suitable living environment, and economic opportunity. And on the following page 2 of the executive report, it mentions in the paragraph there that the projects were to create decent and suitable living environments to benefit low and moderate income households and those with special needs. And I know that we're giving a good chunk of this money for minor street repairs. And so I wanted to make sure, and later on tonight, we'll be discussing other funds, SB1 funds for transportation and road repair and things like that. But I just want to make sure that these funds, this $400,000 that is being used, are used for streets in the areas that meet these requirements to benefit low and moderate income households. Does that make sense?
Yes, and every year we designate, there are census tracts that are based upon the median income within those census tracts that will qualify them as low and moderate income census tracts. That's where we invest the money into, the
And
CDBG money.
Is that going to be the data from this recent census or from 10 years ago?
We don't have recent census data yet, so it would be the old census data. The only census data that the federal government currently recognizes right now.
Okay, is there any, like, you know, I would love for it to be more of an accurate reflection of, I know the roads need to be repaired.
Sure.
But I would, you know, our city has shifted a lot in 10 years. And so, you know, it would be nice that we actually met the criteria and use the data that we could to make sure that we're meeting, that we are benefiting these low and moderate income households.
We are using the best data the federal government has available today. When the new census data comes out, targeted September, for next year's CDBG money, we may be looking at completely different census tracts.
Okay, so this will, like, all these road repairs will be done this summer?
Is it part of the next year's minor streets? Yeah, so it'll be the 2021-22 fiscal year.
But we have to identify them
have
now,
to
the areas where it's going to be used?
We have to identify the funding source now, correct?
No, but like the areas that will be repaired.
Yes, we have to identify them now as part of the application for the action plan.
Is there any possibility of maybe gathering some data in collaboration with the school district, like looking at students who qualify for free or reduced lunch?
We can only use the census data that is provided by the federal government.
Okay.
And we'd be more than happy to provide a map to the council of all the low and moderate income census tracts if you'd like to.
I would greatly appreciate that.
We
Thank
can do
you.
that.
Thank you for the report, Julia.
Okay. All right, now to public comments. I think there's 2 speakers.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have 2 speakers, and the first is Wahid Akberzi.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Thank you guys for letting me speak again. Yes, the CDBG is definitely close to my heart. I just wanted to suggest a few small changes, and I think they would support Congressman Litzter's efforts as well. So I wanted to start with the capital improvements, and there's a bunch of great organizations. Unfortunately, we only had one that submitted a proposal. And these donation dollars that they have, they work extremely hard for them, obviously. Something that we're doing here in Simi that other cities are not doing, Thousand Oaks is a good example, is we're asking them to take their hard-earned donor dollars and put them towards the funds to essentially match them. In Thousand Oaks, if you ask for $50,000 for CDBG funds, or if you asked for $100,000, you would not only get 100% of it without having to put any of your own hard-earned dollars up. They offer a 10% administrative fee on top of that, which is wonderful because, as was mentioned earlier, these funds are quite difficult. There's a lot of federal red tape, but there's some city red tape, unfortunately, as well, that I was hoping the city council could undo. So that was one of my small suggestions is, can we potentially get rid of that red tape where if I'm an organization and I submit a $50,000 request, I'll get all of that money, and I'll have to spend some, obviously, to make sure I'm managing it correctly and I'm compliant with HUD regulations. So I think that's a really simple, easy one. One of the reasons that Congressman Litzter probably noticed this is there's $400,000 in capital improvements, and there's one applicant. And me speaking with different organizations, when they have to take their hard-earned money and apply it towards these funds, and the compliance and the federal red tape, it's just too much. And again, other cities don't do this. So if we can maybe attack that problem statement, get rid of some of the city's red tape, that would be great. And then more people would apply. If this does happen, if this does get passed and this motion is supported by the city council, my recommendation would also be to allow more time, a month or more, for different organizations to request this money, because given that things have changed, they might be more interested in this $400,000 pool of capital improvements. A good example would be the Area Housing Authority of Ventura County, and they would love the ability, I believe, to submit for that $380K that we have excessive. So all I would say there is just let's definitely not force these great organizations to take their hard-earned dollars. I'm sure that they could use it on other items. If they get these funds, we should give them these funds. We don't have to do what Thousand Oaks does, which is give the 10% kicker for administration, but at least just not force them to put some of their own hard-earned donor dollars. Some of the other things here is specifically for the public services. They're on a 2-year timeline, and that was done because of a directive in 2014, the public service programs one. I would recommend undoing that because if an organization misses this year, for instance, they can't apply for another 2 years. So this was done in June 2014, and I think that's probably hard. I'm sure there's some organizations that might have been aware now and they just can't. They've missed the boat, so to speak. So I would undo that June 2014 directive. And I also would undo a July 2013 directive where any funding that doesn't go to capital improvements goes to the Department of Public Works. I understand that roads are important, but this money from HUD and it really should go to the underserved and the needy. And right now we have a default 50% that goes to roads. So I think if that was more publicized, I think the city would be quite disappointed in that. So I think roads has tons of funding. The president, I believe, in his infrastructure plan is going to provide even more funding to the city. We should keep these funds, these HUD funds, especially the CDBG, to the underserved and the needy. So those would be my suggestions and proposals for today. And thank you guys all for listening. You guys can always reach out to me if you have any other questions or comments.
Thank you.
This was Wahid Akbarzi, by the way.
Yeah, we have you on the list, Wahid.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Katie Norris?
Good evening, council members. I'm Katie Norris, and I'm the Director of Development and Communications for Habitat for Humanity of Ventura County. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. First, I want to thank the city for its past support of our work. Thanks in part to city funding, Habitat Ventura County has built 3 safe, decent, and affordable homes in Simi Valley, helping 3 low-income families become first-time homeowners. And we've provided no-cost home repairs for low-income homeowners in Simi too. We've reviewed the city's draft annual action plan, and we see that $380,000 and some change of the funds for capital improvements are to be allocated to the city's minor streets program. As we've already discussed, just because one organization, Many Mansions, applied for CDBG funds in that category. Habitat Ventura County would like to apply for approximately $54,000 of those funds for no-cost health and safety related home repairs for seniors, veterans, people with physical disabilities, and other low-income Simi Valley homeowners. Since we started this program, we've completed more than 180 home repairs throughout Ventura County, allowing seniors to age in place and other low-income homeowners to remain in their homes safely in the long term, and revitalizing neighborhoods as well. If we were to receive $54,000 in CDBG funds from Simi Valley, we could provide home repairs with large scopes of work to 3 low-income homeowners. Repairs like roof replacement, weatherization improvements, flooring improvements or replacement, plumbing and electrical work. This program is life-changing for people. We installed an accessible shower for a young man who is wheelchair-bound due to a rare disease, allowing him dignity and independence. We fixed the broken heating system in the house of a Vietnam veteran with lupus who loses blood flow due to his condition and would experience pain and complete lack of mobility when his house became too cold. He actually told us he would have never been able to shelter in place in his home before we made those repairs. So while discussing this with our home repair team today, I also learned that in the past, we've had challenges with Simi Valley's requirement that we obtain 3 bids for every cost associated with CDBG funded home repairs. We have a fairly small home repair staff, just 2 people. And while we're currently able to provide between 30 and 40 CDBG funded home repairs to people who need them per year, having to secure that many bids costs us a great deal of valuable staff time. We would really like to grow this program and bring it back to Simi Valley. So we would also like to request that the number of required bids is reduced to 2 for subcontractors and materials, sorry. So if one of the city council members could kindly direct me to the appropriate person to follow up with on our request, I would really appreciate it. Thanks for your consideration, and thank you very much again for your past support.
Okay, thank you. And could a member of staff follow up with?
We would be
Katie
happy to
Norris?
contact them.
Yeah, you have the contact information. So, okay, thank you.
Is it too late for them to be considered in this cycle?
Yes.
Okay, and
Yeah,
I just
it-
want to make sure that I understand, and is it 2 years until the cycle is available again, or is
For
it
public service.
for public service? Okay,
So the
She's,
issue
she's inquiring about capital. That's yearly.
that's yearly, that's why I
Yes.
want to make sure, okay, so okay.
Yes.
For
I
her-
will
So for
follow up.
what she's inquiring about, it's a yearly.
Capital is yearly.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I may ask a question about this three-bid requirement. What is the purpose of the three-bid requirement?
Just a second, we're done with the public hearing, right? We have no more people from the public.
That's correct.
Okay, so we'll close that portion of it and move to comments and questions by the council. Now, you.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I was wondering, what is the possibility of changing? I know you mentioned, Councilwoman Litzler asked about, why so many people, why did so few people applied? Why so many people were interested, but so few applied? And if we can, improve applicants, obviously that would be good so that we could help community members who are vulnerable. So is there what is the harm? I guess I'll ask it this way. What would be the harm in reducing the bid requirement to 2 as opposed to 3 so we can, invite entities like Habitat for Humanity to help our low-income seniors?
I think what we would need to do is, because we've discussed it up here, the difficulty with some of the federal rules. And so we would need to do the research to see if to change it is in compliance. And so there'd be a little staff time, I think, to take a look at the application process, listen to these recommendations and see what we can or cannot change.
I'm curious.
I'm a little hesitant just when the gentleman said one city does it a different way than us. Maybe they're not in compliance and we do try to remain in compliance. So I think that's something that we would also have to look at and see, is there some restriction? Is it something that we can change? Because I'm not saying it doesn't make sense. I'm just saying we're obeying the rules and we want to make sure we don't start breaking the rules.
I'm not sure whether or not I should do this as a 9B request or if I can request it now for the future, because we're in the hearing and I know this is for approval of the funding, not of changing the program. Can you direct me?
Well, let me take a shot at it, and Julia can jump in as well. I think our concern is that if you do not require 3 bids, the applicant really doesn't know if they're getting, quite frankly, the best deal. I mean, there are predatory contractors out there on a regular basis that would, we get inquiries all the time on recipients for CDBG and things of that nature. So even in our home rehab program, we require 3 bids to ensure that the homeowner is getting the best deal.
Those are procurement regs by HUD.
Well, there you go. So the federal government requires 3 bids.
Oh, okay, so
Okay.
that's not,
That-
no,
that-
I was just asking
that
because.
takes care of that.
No, well, because she said that she worked in other cities, and so I wanted to know that we weren't putting up barriers that, that other cities are not putting up, so.
Yeah,
Is
I
there,
think that's a great point, but
I can't address what other cities are doing. I can only address what Simi Valley is doing.
and why we're doing it is
Exactly.
following the federal
To be in
guidelines.
compliance,
In compliance.
federal regulations.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Julie.
Could you speak to Wahid's question about matching funds and
So we
that
do not
requirement?
require leverage funds. We ask the question, are there other funding?
Okay, so they're not actually required.
No, we do
Okay.
ask the question, and we present it to the committee who makes the recommendation. This is what they're bringing. This is the total project budget, and this is what they're bringing. and sometimes they're not bringing anything.
And that's what, as I read
Yeah.
through it, it looked like one did have a pretty good match.
Exactly.
One was no match at all.
Exactly.
So, okay, so which is good to know that that's not a requirement then. Okay, thank you.
Can I ask one more question?
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there in the grant allocation, can you request funding, because you mentioned that they only have 2 staff people, and so, you know, there's only so much time that they have. Is there, when you apply for the grant, within the grant funding, can you ask for funding that includes staff time for them to get like those additional bids that are needed? Can that be included?
Part of their funding can be their administrative costs, but it will be part of their fund request.
Okay, so maybe that's how we can, you know, help support them and let them know if you need funding, you know, for additional staff time, that can be included in the grant. Maybe that's the way that we support places like Habitat for Humanity.
Yeah, it is. We often see applicants that will request a certain percentage of money to be applied towards administration to take care of the grants. We don't set any benchmarks at 10%, 15%. It's not unusual for it to be included. It doesn't weigh against them either. So
Okay.
it's really up to them to manage their budget, and we certainly wouldn't exclude them just because they are including that.
Okay, no, I was just trying to find solutions.
Sure, oh, absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, time for a motion.
May I?
Who said that?
I did, sorry. I move that we adopt or modify the community, we're not going to modify, correct?
Right.
I move that we adopt the Community Development Block Grant Advisory Committee's funding recommendation and make the final determination of projects and programs to be funded in fiscal year 2021-22. Also, that we authorize the submission of the fiscal year 2021-22 action plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and second by Councilmember Judge. Call for the vote.
Councilmember Lubanos, okay, thank you. The motion passes unanimously. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 4B, a public hearing to consider a substantial amendment to the fiscal year 2019-20 action plan, and Julia Ramirez is also presenting this item.
I'm back.
We're glad you're back.
The fiscal year 1920 action plan was adopted on May 6, 2019. In accordance with the city's citizen participation plan and HUD regulations, a substantial amendment to the annual action plan is required when a major change is proposed, such as the case before you this evening. On June 29, 2020, a substantial amendment to the Action Plan 1920 was approved by this elected body as a mechanism that allowed the city to tap into $365,322 in coronavirus aid, otherwise known as CARES Act, funding through the CDBG program or CDBG-CV. These funds are provided to prevent, prepare, and respond to the spread of COVID-19 and facilitate assistance to eligible communities, households, and persons economically impacted by COVID-19. With these funds, the city developed and operated 2 in-house programs, the Emergency Rental Assistance and Small Business Grant Program, both to benefit low to moderate income persons impacted by COVID-19. From these funds, the city provided emergency rental payments to 44 households and assisted 16 local business owners, totaling $231,187 in combined program assistance. Last September, the city was notified that it was awarded $704,159 additional dollars in CDBG-CV funds. Like with the previous funds, a substantial amendment is required in order for the city to receive and administer the CDBG CV money. In order to expend the funds, the city must again modify its already adopted action plan to address the receipt of the funds and the proposed expenditure. This substantial amendment proposes to utilize CDBG funding to combine all the remaining and available CDBG CV funding towards awarded through the CARES Act into one emergency rental assistance program for very low, low, and moderate income households for up to 3 months, inclusive of optional care management, case management services. To achieve these goals, the city intends to contract with an experienced service provider to manage and operate emergency payments to qualified residents impacted by COVID-19. Funds would be available approximately 30 days after HUD approves this substantial amendment. Due to COVID-19, HUD issued guidance that waives the 30-day public review period, requiring a 5-day public review timeframe. The city has provided notice of a 5-day public review comment from April 15th through the 19th and on the city's website as part of the citizen participation process. Staff is available for questions.
Questions of staff? Councilmember Litzner.
Thank you. I know that, just a couple quick questions. How will this program, will it look exactly like what we did previously, just on a larger scale, or will it more mirror what the county did with their program where, as I believe, they awarded funds directly to landlords?
Yes, through HUD, the funds have to be awarded to the landlord.
To the landlords, okay. So they
like a
apply together.
triangle.
So it's like the renter applies and
Yes.
then they apply together. Okay, excellent. And you mentioned that we would be basically looking for the services of an experienced provider.
So we would be contracting. out.
Contracting,
Correct.
right. Do we have anybody identified? Is that something?
We're developing the RFP now.
Okay.
We expect it to go out shortly. There's a great potential for the services of the contractor that will expand based upon the American Recovery Plan money that is expected to come down from the federal government, that we anticipate there will be a lot more grant opportunities with that money. So we want to get a contractor on board now to manage these funds as well as potential future funds.
And I know, is this as stringent, difficult hoops to jump through as well, or is this a slightly easier process? Do we have a sense of that for?
With this program?
Yes.
We're still developing.
Okay, gotcha. Fair enough.
It is still income qualified, so you still have to prove that you're low, moderate.
That's what I
low,
want to be
very
sure.
low, or
So it is
moderate.
income qualified. And also, is it income qualified and is it also COVID affected? I mean, do they have to prove that?
Yes.
Yes, okay. That was,
All the CDBG requirements plus COVID.
gotcha.
Yes.
I guess
Okay.
if I can ask for clarification for the council, I think on the prior program amendment, it ended up through the staff report doing $5,000 block or $5,000 grants. Is that correct? And sometimes you would give more than one to an individual for $10,000. And I guess what I'd like to see, at least for the council and for staff and for Brian, is to know coming out of this meeting, what is the signing authority without coming back to council for these grants so that we have some parameters on that? Because I was working on these contracts and we want to make sure that the numbers are okay here, and then you can go ahead and do those. So maybe if you could outline how the contracting would work and make
So
sure the
it's a-
council's okay with that.
So it's still a maximum of 3 months, no more than 3 months rent, and it can't be, if somebody else has already paid for those 3 months, we can't pay for those 3 months. We can only pay for past rent that they owe.
So if they receive the state funds, for instance, the big state program, if they receive funds there, they can't double.
Can't double
apply,
dip. Yeah,
double
I
dip.
think what Lonnie's looking for is a number that we will not go above for each one of the
Because
grants.
we'll be looking at these agreements, and so then I'm going to try to compare to what the council authorized and make sure that you
I think
have
we
that.
talked $7,500
Yes,
is
we
the
did.
maximum amount of a grant.
For
Maximum grant amount is $7,500.
For 3 months?
Yes,
So
Or three.
2,500 a month?
essentially.
But some people may only owe 2 months
Sure.
or 1 month.
And
If
if-
somebody else paid for,
Right.
January, February, and March, we can't pay for
Sure.
those exact months.
And if that could be made part of the motion, that would help then. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Yes.
That's helpful.
Councilmember Luébanos.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a question on, are we making, well, I have several questions, but what agreement is the landlord making? If the landlord says, yes, I will take this money in lieu of, of back rent, right, for my tenant, what are we getting in return, or what is the tenant getting in return? Are they agreeing that I will not evict this person for 6 months or a year, or what is the return on our money that we're giving out?
Well, we're looking for a statement from both the landlord and the tenant that there is outstanding rent, that we will be covering rent for certain months of either 20 or 21. We certainly could we could certainly inquire whether there are additional outstanding rent months, at least for the record. If the tenant were to come in, say, I'm 6 months out, we can fund 3 months, and then we at least would have some knowledge that there's still another 3 months out.
So potentially a landlord could say, okay, I'll take this funding, I'll take this, they owe 6 months, the city's gonna give me 3 months, but they still owe another 3 months, so I'm gonna go ahead and evict, I'm gonna take the money, and then I'm gonna evict the tenant anyway. Is that a possibility?
It probably is conceivable, yes.
So why are we not asking for the landlord to sign something saying, if you're gonna get this money, there's conditions, you can't evict the tenant, because the purpose of this funding, right, is to help families that are impacted by COVID. And if they're going to accept this funding, then we have to, ask for something in return. All the other grant programs that I've looked at, and I know because I have, family and friends that are landlords, and I've helped them read through and look at the agreements. And there's a quid pro quo. There's something you get in return. You're going to get this, the 3 months or 6 months or whatever in back rent, but in return you agree not to evict this person, for the next 6 months. And landlords will do that, just so you know, because they would rather get some rent than none at all. That's one reason. They also will do it because they know that the tenant will take care of the property. They also know that if the tenant leaves, then they have to repair the property, then they have to give back the deposit, and they have to do all these other things. So a lot of landlords will agree to that. And so I want to make sure that if we're going to give this money out, that the landlord is going to agree that they're not going to evict the tenant, because the purpose of paying the back rent is to prevent these people, these residents that have been impacted by COVID, from being homeless, from being on the streets, living in their cars. And if we're going to give the money to the landlord and there is no condition that they, don't evict the residents, then what is the purpose of giving this money? I know we want to make the landlord whole, I suppose, but what are the protections for the tenants? There have to be protections for the tenants.
If it's the council's desire, we could certainly include that in the agreement. I don't think there's any restriction that you're aware of, is there, Julia?
Not that I'm aware.
So we could, the landlord has to sign an agreement, we can certainly include that in the agreement.
I would amend, this funding to make sure that, we are doing what its intended purpose is, to make sure that we prevent from having more families on the streets. And if we're going to support the tenants, then we need to support the tenants. And like I said, there's lots of motives for landlords to sign that agreement, because for the reasons that I stated. So I just want to make sure that we give some cushion for the tenants here, because if we're just giving money to landlords and then they're going to evict the tenants anyways, then that defeats the purpose of the CARES Act funding.
Wouldn't there need to be a time frame involved there, though? You can't, I wouldn't think you could tell the landlord, okay, you're going to take 3 months rent from the city for these folks, and for that you have to guarantee that you won't evict them. For how long?
Right, and that's why we can, staff can look at the model that, Los Angeles County and, other counties are using and other cities are using it. And I'm glad to share, like, I literally have the contracts in my emails.
And does that have a limit?
Yeah,
the
it has a
contract?
clause in there, so it says, you know, you agree to receive this 3, 4, 5, 6 months of funding of back rent, and you, the landlord, agree that you're not going to evict this tenant for the next,
X
you know,
amount of-
X amount of time or until this date. And that would help, because again, and we're gonna look at this later on in the agenda, the moratorium on evictions is gonna end at the end of June. And so what I'm hoping that our intention is to prevent having a slew of evictions and homeless families at the end of June. And giving this money to the landlord without any condition that they won't evict the tenants doesn't help us.
Yeah, okay, I just want to make sure there was a
Yeah,
time.
no,
frame.
it's not, it doesn't mean you can't ever evict them or, you know,
Yeah, yeah.
but I just don't want,
Because then that would work against.
no,
this
no, no, I don't want to
the
tie
well-intended
landlord's hands
program
forever.
that-
Yeah, I
that
just want to make
works
sure that
against
we
itself.
get something in return.
Okay.
We buy some time so that those families, when they get that rental assistance, they say, okay, I paid this back 3 months. Now I have, you know, I know that I have this much time at least to find another place or get another job or get back on my feet.
Yeah.
Because we have had families that, you know, they haven't worked for 2 months or 2 weeks, we're in the hospital, or, you know, all these things because of COVID. And that's what this funding is intended for, to help all the families that have been impacted by
Oh,
COVID.
We understand that. Okay, good.
I was just going to make a comment if I can. I agree to a certain part of that, but there are case by cases. So somebody could be behind 9 months. And if we're paying 3 months, they're still behind 6 months. And we're going to ask a landlord to not evict them for another 3 months. So I think it can't be black and white. I think it needs to be almost on a case by case situation. Because the landlord might need that rent to pay their mortgage. I mean, so it's a constant turning around. And I agree, this is CARES Money Act. It is to help our citizens and our community members to keep their housing. So, but it's not black and white. So to put a definitive, you can't evict them for this amount of time, that won't work in every single case. So I think it needs a little more maneuvering, a little more manipulation to get the best result for everybody. That's my opinion.
And so what's your suggestion on the timeline?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It can't be one timeline.
No, I understand that.
Right.
It's the same, but how would you tie it to the?
Maybe it almost needs to be worked out between the tenant and the landlord as part of the agreement.
Well, but
They
there
both
are
have to
other
sign it.
models, there are other counties that already have.
I
this
know, but
language, yeah.
I'm just talking about what I was talking about right now. So if we want to look at other things, that's fine. But maybe it needs to be an agreement between the tenant and the landlord as part of the contract to get the grant.
So would it be fair, and I'm.
Yeah,
really going to- If you said, okay, if the grant was for the 3 months, and then get the landlord to guarantee that he won't evict for, or he or she, I should say, won't evict for 3 months.
Right, I have no problem with putting that in the contract, but I think it needs to be case by case where, in my opinion, the landlord and the tenants need to work out the length of time. The tenant may only be behind 3 months, and this will catch them up 100%. So then there's no need for that requirement.
And
But-
both landlord and tenant both have to sign the agreement.
Exactly. So that's all I'm saying is they should agree
So
together.
you have an agreement with blank spots, the landlord and the tenant fill in the blanks and then agree to it.
Right, based on how far behind they
Yeah,
are
and
and,
you
you know,
might
that
get a
type of a
very
thing.
Well, I-
benevolent landlord who will.
Yes,
stretch it out a
exactly.
long ways.
So,
Okay, does that make an amended?
Well, we still have our public hearing to go through.
Okay.
My other concern, Mayor, is that we do have, and this has been reported throughout the news, that we do have a number of landlords that, despite the moratorium on evictions, have been filing evictions in courthouses. And so we have a number of landlords that throughout, up and down the state of California, that have been filing for evictions and have been asking for that money. So that has to be another condition. You cannot say, okay, you know, this person's behind 6 months, I agree to take the 3 months, but I already have an eviction filed against you and you're still going to owe me another 3 months and you're going to be homeless. And that's what, again, that's what we want to avoid. We don't want that. So all of that language, like I said, has been in the contract that I've seen that LA County has, and I'm more than happy to provide that to staff.
I think what I said takes care of that. I said they agree that there will be no eviction.
Right, but when in the agreements that I saw, the agreements were, you know, it was from the County of Los Angeles, and then they gave, you know, the landlord had to sign, the tenant had to sign. It's, the tenants are in a very vulnerable position if the landlord has already filed for an eviction. The only thing that really ended was the unlawful detainer, where, you know, we will not have law enforcement go in and physically remove the person. But in terms of evictions, evictions are still being filed in courts of law. And the purpose of this funding, again, is to protect the tenant. You know, the landlord has much more availability, and there's state programs as well where the landlords can apply. But again, the landlords have to agree that they're going to get this funding, but they're not going to evict the tenants.
That's what I said, exactly.
Yeah.
So, I'm sorry, Councilmember Luevano, just so I understand what you're saying. You're saying then, in addition to the stay of eviction, et cetera, you're saying that they need to withdraw any eviction notice or filing that they've already been party to? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes, because if you're a landlord, let's say you're a landlord and your tenant owes you 6 months of rent, right? And your tenant comes to you and says, okay, I'm going to apply for this program through the city of Simi Valley, and they're going to give up to 3 months of rent. The landlord can say, okay, yeah, I'll sign that, but they can still file an eviction. They can have already filed an eviction, right? And they'll get those 3 months of money from the city of the back rent, but the other 3 months that are owed, they can still file an eviction to court of law, and then that tenant can still be removed or still have a lien or still have, you know, the detrimental effects of having all that, you know, that baggage. And then what happens is now we have tenants who have, you know, they have a court case against them, they had an eviction notice against them, they have bad credit. How do they get back into an apartment? And the first thing they check when you rent an apartment is your credit. And now your credit is messed up. So, you know, the purpose of this is obviously to prevent, you know, residents from getting into that situation. But they're, you know, as we well know, because it's been discussed here at length on the dais, that we have had businesses that have had to lay off, you know, multiple employees or reduced hours. And, you know, with the we're open, we're not open, we're closed, we're not sure how reduced capacity. You know, there are people that have been impacted for more than 3 months on their ability to pay rent. And that's what I don't want to happen. I don't want landlords who have filed eviction notices. So I just want that to be part of the agreement, that if there is an eviction, you will not go file an unlawful detainer. If you haven't filed an eviction notice, then you can't file another eviction notice. And, you know, again, like double dipping. We talked about double dipping in terms of getting state and county and city funding. This would be double dipping in the other direction, if that makes sense. And I see Brian nodding his head, so I think he understands what I'm saying.
I just wanted to clarify that is what I said in the beginning. I said we just need them to agree there will be no eviction once they receive the payment.
Yeah, and piggybacking on both, we could easily have a certification that they certify that there is no pending eviction notice against this tenant, or no pending eviction action.
Okay, we're going to move forward. Time for the public comments. And I think we have at least one, I believe.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have one public comment. Mr. Robbie Hidalgo. Mr.
Can you
Hidalgo,
hear me?
please go ahead. Yes.
Great, thank you. Sorry about that delay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Mr. Gabler, Mr. Eldridge. What an interesting time to jump into the conversation. I talked a lot about this repayment strategy over the span of the last year in anticipation of this juncture. And it wasn't part of my original comment, but I would like to jump into this only insofar as to say, I recognize both what Councilmember Luevano and Councilmember Kavanaugh are suggesting. I tend to disfavor the idea of having landlords and tenants individually work out agreements only insofar as there's a certain underpinning of frustration between those parties, particularly if there's an existing unlawful detainer action underway. So they may not be the best two parties to negotiate away or roadmap out of. If we get 3 months worth of funding, how do we pay for the additional 3 months? So an alternative to this concept is to create a stay on pending evictions, which do involve the 3 months for which this repayment plan will occur, a stay on future eviction based on Mayor Mashburn's recommendation of a set time limit, with the potential of consideration of a guidepost for how that tenant can repay those funds, even though, as city manager pointed out, there's likely more funding coming down the pike. And I also wanted to mention there has been a mortgage deferment, a mortgage moratorium as well. So our property owners are not completely out in the wash having to cover the costs of this without being able to at least defer their payments to the end. My comments specifically to this amendment are somewhat brief. They're a little question and answer, so I apologize. I'll make the comment. If staff's able to clarify those, that'd be great. I'll keep listening. Unspent funds in round one funding totaled $134,000 roughly. That's about 36%, 37% of the round one funding that didn't get spent. And my inquiry is whether or not that was based on projections or an absence of demand for that funding. This time we're getting over $700,000 worth of funding, and so you would hate to see 40% of that not make it to people in need. So I'm curious about why we have an unspent fund. Have we evaluated that? How do we make sure that the next wave, we don't have 40% of that sitting in the bank as well? My second point was regarding administrative costs. I know 80-20 is a very typical split and a typical projection. That means on round one, our administrative costs would have been $73,000 roughly. My understanding was that we did, and I don't know, but that we did have a provider who assisted with the grant application, perhaps the website, whatever the grant and rental support application process was. If we did have a provider, are we using that same provider for round two? Would there not be some economy of scale? Because round two administrative costs at an 80-20 split come to $150,000. So that's over $200,000 of this money that's going to admin costs. I want to make sure the city doesn't lose money, but we certainly want to maximize the number of dollars that are going to those who are in need. And then my last point is simply, why not businesses? I've looked at the amendment. The amendment specifies residential relief. Round one, of course, included flat $5,000 grants to certain businesses. That does not seem to exist in this amendment, and I'm extremely curious why, and would advocate that businesses do be included in this round of funding. That is it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, that concludes the public comments for this item.
Okay. Hearing's closed. Any more comments or questions from members of the city council?
Yes, Mayor. I've pressed my button. I thought I did.
Okay, that's all right.
Sorry.
We haven't used it tonight.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I have the same questions as Mr. Hidalgo. And I was going to ask a question anyways with regard to the experienced service provider that's going to manage and operate the emergency payments. How do we make sure that we don't have so much in unspent funds? What kind of outreach was done the last time? How can we make sure that the outreach that is done this time is made available to everyone? So that's my first question.
So I'm more than happy to cover Mr. Hidalgo's questions. The first question is admin costs. We did not take admin costs out of the first wave. So 100% of it went to the loans that were divided half to business and half to residential. It was for lack of applicants. We just did not get enough applicants on both sides. One that would, a number of applicants fell out because they didn't qualify. And two, I go back to the red tape, especially on the business side, where you've got to prove that you're providing an additional a job for a low and moderate income person, and you have to certify over the next several years that that job is still available, and that chased away a number of businesses that weren't interested in the strings that were attached to it. And lastly, we do not have a contractor. We did that in-house, and it was very taxing to our staff. We're glad Julia is still around, quite frankly. And so that is why we want to go to a contractor for this and for some of the future ones, because it became overwhelming. And quite frankly, that's one of the reasons why the county has gone out to have someone else administer their program, because it is very taxing to go through those applicants 2-3 times, going back to the applicants because they do not submit all the documentation that's required, because we have to create a file for every loan that goes out, and we get audited by the federal government on an annual basis. And all that documentation needs to be in the file for every applicant that gets the money. So we follow through on the bureaucracy that the federal government looks for, and we kill a lot of trees in this process. So I think that covers the 3 questions that Mr. Hidalgo asked.
Do you want to speak to his question about why this does not include, or could it
Would you like the
include
floor?
commercial rents?
Would you like the floor?
I apologize. I just wanted to follow up that question.
I think that we were looking at the future pot of money to be dedicated more towards businesses. That, and quite frankly, there have been so many business loans. The county is on their 3rd wave of $5,000 grants to businesses. There is still the restaurant grants that are coming out through the SBA that got stalled, but those grants will be coming out for restaurateurs that have lost money. There's live venue grants that are coming out from the federal government that cover nonprofits or other businesses that operate live venues and things of that nature. There have been a number of business opportunities for businesses to get loans and grants, PPP and everything else that has been out there. We felt it was more important to get this money available to the more vulnerable population and to keep our residents in their houses.
Mayor, I have 2 more questions, Mayor, if I may. The first one is can we ensure that this experienced service provider does the and thank you, Julia, for hanging in there. And I'm glad that we have the funding for the service provider, because I do know about RFPs and paperwork and all that stuff. So can we make sure that they have a plan for targeted outreach so that this money gets spent the way it's supposed to be spent? That's my first request. In the contract with whoever the experienced service provider is. And then my second request is I would really like to have the data on this information. I would like to know, how many of the applicants were low income, what the demographic background is of the applicants. It can be anonymous. We don't need names. We don't need to attach names to them, but it would be useful to us to know what that data is. And it might actually help us get more funding in the future if we know, hey, 50% of the applicants were Latinos, or 50% were teachers, or that I think that data would be useful for us to have, and if that could be included as part of the contract for the experienced service provider as well, I think that would serve the city very well.
We can certainly look at acquiring that data as it's allowed by law, but yes. Second part of that is that the good thing about CDBG is all the money goes to low and moderate income recipients. So,
well, I would like a breakdown of low, very low, moderate,
okay, do we have that data?
if that's possible.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't want to overstep the boundaries, but
Sure.
in terms of, can we have that data so that we know and can talk about, because
Going forward, we can certainly get that data.
there is funding that is specifically for female business owners and minority business owners, and so that data is important for us to have as well as the city, so that we know this is who we help, and that we truly help the vulnerable population.
Okay. Any other questions, comments to staff?
May I make a motion, Mayor?
Yes, you may.
I move to approve a substantial amendment to the fiscal year 2019-20 action plan for an emergency rental assistance program, to authorize the submission of substantial amendment to the fiscal year 2019-20 action plan Exhibit 1 to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, and to approve a supplemental budget request in the amount of $704,159 to establish budget authority for the Community Development Block Grant COVID-19 CDBG CV funding from the HUD CARES Act.
And if we can add one more thing for the city attorney, is that the grants will be individual grants will be a maximum of $7,500.
And perhaps eviction protections as approved by the city manager.
Yes,
Yeah.
and to include, I will amend my motion, and to include language from the city attorney for eviction protection and a maximum.
But that
of
would be city manager. I can approve it as
City
to
manager,
form,
okay.
but it'd be the city manager's discretion, and
Okay,
we'll prove it if it's legal.
and maximum $7,500 in funding per individual or family or household. Yes.
Per applicant?
Tenant.
Per address, or how do you do that? Per individual?
Well, only one person in a household can apply.
Per applicant.
So-
Per
Okay, so
household
per
then. Per
household.
household. Yes.
Per household.
Is
Thank you.
that okay?
Yep.
My motion. Okay. Thank you.
Okay,
Second.
we have a motion.
I'll second.
Thank you for the motion. A second by Councilmember Litster. Call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, at this time, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. Oh, I just giving you a hard time. You do have a tendency to jump Okay, we'll bring the meeting back to order. And we're at 5A.
All right. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next item on the agenda is 5 public statements. This is a time for public statements on all items other than public hearings, appointments, and informational reports. All comments submitted by email have already been provided to the City Council. However, they will not be read by the City Clerk this evening. All persons who registered by 3:30 p.m. today will be called on to speak during the public statements, item 5, for a period of no more than 3 minutes each. Persons addressing the City Council are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. Mr. Mayor, unless you have any comments, we can begin the Zoom public statements.
Ready to begin.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first panelist is Jerome Ross. Mr. Ross? Mr. Ross, unfortunately, we cannot hear you. It looks like you are unmuted. Unfortunately, we can't hear you. You're welcome to sign back in and we can call your name again, or you can call in and we can revisit you. Okay.
Is he recalling now?
Yeah, he'll call in, and so
Okay.
we'll pull him up. Just one second. Next one is Haramar Bleiberg. Haramar Bleiberg, please go ahead.
We got both.
Ryan, I'm sorry, I apologize that we cannot hear you.
Yeah, we ended up with 2.
Sharon, this is Narayan at the city. Can you hear me? I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay.
I can hear you. Hold on a second. Let me check. I can hear you, so I'm not sure why they can't hear you in the chamber. Hold on.
Okay.
Just gonna mute you for a bit.
Naren, I think we have it.
We
Mr.
got it.
Ross, did you want to go ahead?
Okay. Yes, I would.
Go ahead,
Hello,
please.
are we all set? Are we all set at this point then?
Yes, we are.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Well, it's Mayor Mashburn, members of the City Council. My name is Jerome Ross, resident in the Briarwood community in Simi Valley. Thank you for the opportunity to express our concerns about the commercial solar farm being installed or being built by Simi Country Estates. It's transforming our suburban residential homes to commercial industrial dwellings. I'd like to start by personally recognizing Samantha Argabright for her assistance in navigating through this horrendous ordeal we've been faced with. Samantha's been extremely helpful and very kind, and really a big thank you, Samantha. It was unfortunate to me during these circumstances, and thank you for being so kind and guiding us. Unfortunately, due to jurisdictional issues between the City of Simi Valley and the California Department of Housing and Community Development, Samantha's attempts to resolve our concerns were unsuccessful. I'm not here today to speak just for myself. I'm here to be the voice of our community. I'm here to speak on behalf of the seniors at the Crest Senior Park, whose homes are in the shadow of this gigantic solar commercial solar farm, mere inches from their homes. It's 20 feet tall and spans nearly a quarter of a mile. I provided video and photographs for the City Council to view. I'm here to speak on behalf of the residents inside the Simi Country Estates who oppose having a commercial solar power plant in their yards. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Briarwood community in which I live, on behalf of my neighbors, Ryan and Stan and Rick and Romkey and Shayna. I'm here to speak for them. I'm here to speak on behalf of nearly 400 Simi Valley residents that have signed our petition in protest of this project at www.change.org/Simi Solar Farm. I'm here to speak on behalf of our entire city. We live in a beautiful community here in Simi Valley. Homeowners purchase their homes here to raise families and to retire. And we invest into the city through our local and state taxes. We've relied on having our city council and state legislators to protect their interests and to govern in a fair and equitable manner. These homeowners, some of whom have invested their life savings, are now faced with plummeting property values, possible health risks, and the loss of reasonable enjoyment of their homes. This monstrous commercial solar farm has been built in our backyard and within inches, literally inches, from these senior citizens at the Crest Senior Park. The California Department of Housing and Community Development has approved this commercial solar farm project with zero setback, without consideration to the impact of the neighboring residents. There was no public hearings. There was no CEQA or environmental impact assessments.
Mr. Ross, I apologize, but your time's up. I'd let you go quite a bit over.
Sir, if I could just quickly summarize then?
Okay, hold on one moment. Is it okay with the council if we let him summarize his statement? He's been in a lot of talks and, okay. Yes, go ahead. I'll give you another 30 seconds.
Great. So no CEQA, no public notice, no notice to the city of Simi Valley. All right. The solar project is detrimental to our property value. We contacted State Senator Cern's office, asked him to intervene. We do not understand why the HCD would not discuss this with Senator Stern's office. We are requesting, in the spirit of compromise, a plan modification that would work for all parties involved. We are requesting City Attorney Lonnie Eldridge file suit on behalf of the residents of Simi Valley, challenging the validity of this permit in regards to setback, percentage of lot covered, FEMA, flood zone compliance, and improper land use. We've been told that we need to hire an attorney to litigate this. It seems like a losing battle to fight the state of California. We need the city of Simi Valley to step in and protect its residents.
Mr.
We
Ross.
moved here to Simi Valley to be part of this community.
Mr. Ross.
Yes, sir, Mayor.
I apologize, but in fairness to all other speakers, we have to stop now.
Mayor.
Yes, sir.
He's on hold.
Okay. Okay. Next speaker.
Ryan Blayberg.
Mr. Mayor, this is Ryan Blyberg. If I could give my 3 minutes to Jerome, he did a lot more studying on this than I did. I would like him to take my 3 minutes if that's possible.
Okay, hold on one second. Council members?
It's irregular, but it could be permitted by the council if the council wanted to do that. It's very unusual, but it is not illegal to do that.
You're okay? Okay. Are you guys okay? Okay. All right. Yes, thank you very much. And please let Mr. Ross continue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members.
Mr. Ross, please go ahead.
Thank you very much for giving me some extended time. This is a very big issue in our community, and I truly appreciate your opportunity to be heard. HCD has informed us that we lack standing to appeal this permit because we are neither the owner nor resident of or contractor of Simi Country Estates. Why do we lack standing? The impact of this solar project is detrimental to our property values. We attempted to work through Senator Stern's office and asked to intervene. HCD, a state agency which reports directly to the legislature, refuses to engage in discussions with the senator's office regarding this permit. Frustrating is an understatement. Why would the HCD not discuss this with the senator's office, the elected official whom their agency directly reports? This project has had numerous problems, including code violations and drilling into the city sewer lines that services the Briarwood community and the Crest Mobile Home Park. Are they hiding something? It's clear that this project does not pass the sniff test. We cannot believe this is legal. We are in disbelief that our elected officials allowed this project to proceed as planned. This is not a case of NIMBY. It is a case of equity and the ability for someone to profit from something like this at the loss of many others. To be clear, we are not opposed to this solar project in its entirety. We are opposed to the height and proximity of this structure to our property line and the negative effects it's facing our community. In the spirit of compromise, we have requested a plan modification that can work for all parties involved. We're requesting the city attorney, Lonnie Eldridge, file suit on behalf of the residents of Simi Valley, challenging the validity of the permit in regards to setback, percentage of lot covered, FEMA flood zone compliance, and improper land use. We've been told that we need to hire an attorney. It seems like a losing battle to fight the state of California. We need the city of Simi Valley to step in and protect its residents. I moved to Simi Valley to be part of this community, a community of good people like all of you on the city council. We are David to HCD's Goliath. We cannot fight this alone. I don't know if you can still hear me. I was hearing myself speak after the fact, which is a little strange.
Yes, we can still hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. So really, we're here for a plea for help, that we need help from our city elected officials, from you, Mayor Mashburn, Lonnie Eldridge, and the rest of the city council. Our community is facing a tremendous problem with this solar farm. It is right in our backyard. It has transformed a beautiful little community that we live in here to a industrial commercial zone. It's horrible. You guys have seen the pictures.
Thank you, Mr.
It's our
Ross.
plea. Thank you.
Time is up.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Roland De La Cruz. Mr. De La Cruz, please unmute yourself with *6.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm Mr. Rolando de la Cruz. I've been here in the Crest Mobile Home for almost more than 20 years. I'm an engineering manager at Edison, Southern California Edison at Sun Offer. I'm retired and I like this place, but I was so helpless when I found out they're building this semi-solar farm, which destroyed the sewer right in front of my house, and had to leave for a month because it became so bad. The smell was so bad. And I pity the city engineers that were fixing it. And now the structure is up, about 20 feet up, about 8 foot square, going 20 foot up. And then the other truss is about another 10, 12 feet, and about a kilometer long along the road between our fence and the creek. The metal structure is 1 foot from our fence. It's touching the trees and the leaves behind my house. It's about 4 to 5 feet from my house every day from 7:30 in the morning to 5 in the evening. The noise of the compressors, the banging of the metal, the electrical noise of the welding is really very bad for many months now. And right now, the structure is so bad that it has destroyed your view. It has devalued our property, and this is Crest Mobile Home with 50 elderly of 60 to 80 years old. 50 families, 50 houses are impacted. And I've talked to seniors like that. They're really devastated, and they're so disappointed with the city for approving this. We never had a letter or any permission that they will do this. It just went out and straight out. I'm so disappointed. We're American citizens. We've worked hard for our houses. We've supported the city council, Simi Valley. We love Simi Valley, and this is what they're doing to us. Suddenly, a big structure just suddenly came out without us knowing anything, and we couldn't do anything about it. So please, really, if you have this structure beside your house, Mr. Mayor, and you have the sewer beside your house destroyed for a month with a bad smell, I'm sure you will be feeling lousy.
Okay.
And without any permission or not.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you.
I raised my case. It's up all to you and your country.
Mr. Joe Pachowski? Mr. Pachowski?
Yes, hi, good evening, Mayor Mashburn, members of the City Council. I'm here tonight to oppose one of the items that you guys have yet to come to on tonight's agenda. That would be the proposed parcel tax. Here we go again. We had a proposal to raise our city sales tax just as we were going into the pandemic. Then we had a proposal that would have raised the electric rates on every single member of our community unless they opted out. And now someone wants to raise the taxes on vacant property lots. We have to stop taxing people. This isn't, it's not something, this is not something where, the government should be taxing people to a point where they either have to do something with their property or turn around and sell their property. What needs to be happening is we need to be incentivizing people to do things that they want to do with their property, not the other way around. We need to stop playing, the government needs to stop playing God, and government needs to start being of the people, by the people, and for the people. And turning around and instituting a parcel tax is on vacant lots is not the way to do it. It's just not. The power to tax is the power to destroy. And I realize that Chief Justice Marshall was referring to a state's ability to tax federal property. But the fact of the matter is, it works in that phrase works in this situation too, because you're going to turn around and tax people at a time when can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, all right. At a time when they can least afford to be taxed. Government needs to stop reaching into people's wallets, and government needs to start being responsive to people. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Mr. Robbie Hildago? Mr. Hidalgo, go ahead, please.
Thank you, David. Sorry you all disappeared. There's something with this activation thing. Good evening again, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, staff. I actually had a couple of comments I wanted to make tonight, and I'm going to put them by the wayside. Take an opportunity to say thank you with your wonderful patience. I do want to at least get to the business of saying I support 7A. When you get there, I think 8A is an interesting discussion. I would like to congratulate Bill Oliver on his recognition as the City Volunteer of the Year. Most people don't realize Bill is one of the most prolific gardeners in our community and has always been a hero of mine. I did want to take a moment to thank you all very much for the recognition earlier this evening. You know, being at a loss for words is not typically a characteristic that's associated with me, but that's exactly how it left me, and I just wanted to extend my deepest gratitude. But the reason is because I think it's important to recognize that an award like this is really not intended to honor a person, but it's an award that symbolizes an important community virtue, particularly in this city. And I wanted to at least make that point. There are thousands of volunteers in our community, and each and every one of them are the actual volunteers of the year, and that is not lost on me. The recipients of this award before me are great examples of that. Lisa Trent, Pat Lewis, Debbie Thomas, who we all know and love, who we sadly lost last year, have all freely given of their time and their talents to make Simi Valley a better place. And so in closing, I'd like to open the door of service to every single one of our residents, certainly the regulars that are here paying attention to City Council, but to everyone in the community. Ultimately, what's at the heart of volunteering is empathy. And I believe that the only real existential threat to the culture of our community and well-being is the failure of empathy, and volunteering is the antidote. So I just wanted to thank you again and put that call out to everybody in our city. It's what you put in that will keep the city what it is we've all come to love and expect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, that concludes the members of the public that have registered for item 5.
Okay, comments from the council. We'll start with Councilmember Judge.
I'd like to have, I know most of us have been contacted by the citizens on the solar farm thing, and I know we can't discuss it on the dais, so I'm not going to. I'll bring it back up later on.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Litzner.
And I will probably echo what Councilmember Judge just commented. We did receive letters from Jerome and a very eloquent video from Linda, Bryn, Sherry, Stan, Donnelly, a handful of people with residents concerned about that issue. And I think it will be maybe a 9B discussion of possible how we can best assist them. But I do want to I should say that I appreciate the letter that has so far has gone out from our city, basically articulating our frustration as well. We have certainly made our position known, but maybe there's a discussion more that can be done. But thank you for those. Thank you for all the comments, and thank you for everyone engaging in the process.
Okay. Councilmember Luevanos.
I would just like to echo what Mr. Hidalgo said. We have a city full of amazing volunteers that make this city an amazing place to live, and I know we have all said it time and time again, but I agree with Mr. Hidalgo. That's what makes our community so great, from youth mentors to people working with our seniors, volunteering in our schools and our parks. It's just an amazing community. And my hats go off to Mr. Hidalgo and to everyone who volunteers in this community that makes Simi Valley such an amazing place to live. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Kavanaugh.
I concur with Councilmember Judge, Councilmember Lister, and Councilmember Luevanos. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. And I would like to say that elected city officials in particular did not make any decision to allow the construction of that solar unit. That decision was made by state bureaucrats at the state level. And I'd also like to point out that, yes, I went out over the weekend and visited the site, walked it from both sides, the trailer park side and Mr. Ross's community side and the trailer park next door. And I hope there's something we can do. And I want to make it known that the discussion hasn't ceased in any way, shape, or form at City Hall. Those are my comments.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, because I did want to say something I forgot about, because I'm kind of frustrated about that thing too. I wanted to say congratulations to Robbie on your award.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 6, the consent calendar, and there are 2 resolutions for your consideration this evening. The reading of the resolutions is as follows. Consent item number 4, resolution number 2021-08, resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley authorizing the execution and filing of a revised claim with the Ventura County Transportation Commission for allocation of additional Transportation Development Act funds for fiscal year 2020-21, and consent item 5, resolution number 2021-09, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley amending the fiscal year 2021-22 budget to incorporate a list of projects funded by Senate Bill 1, SB 1, for fiscal year 2021-22, Cycle 5, the Road Repair and Accountability Act.
Okay, consent calendar. Anybody have any that they want pulled?
I would like to look at number 3.
Number 3 or 3 of them?
No, number 3, please.
Great, great.
I was going to look at 3 also.
Okay, 3 also.
Mayor, I'd like to pull consent item number 5.
Number 5.
And since she has it pulled, I did have some questions about that one too. So.
Okay, let's go with number 3 first. And we'll start with Councilmember Litzner. Questions on 3?
Okay, thank you. First of all, I do think U.S. Bank is an excellent provider. I want to make that very clear, and I understand the reasoning and extension of et cetera. I guess my question specifically is on page 3. You talk about some of the potential services the city may be exploring, and I just had some concerns about those potential services. I realize this is just discussing what might occur, might look at. First of all, one of the potential services, check payables, which basically means we're outsourcing who writes our checks, et cetera. Who has the liability if the check writing is outsourced? If there is something fraudulent that occurs?
Honorable Mayor and members of City Council, thank you for the question. And I think this probably goes back to a previous discussion we've had. These are items we're going to explore. With me today is Marvin Lopez, Senior Accountant. We aren't guaranteed to implement these yet. These are just options that we'll have.
Sure.
And Marvin, if you wanted to comment on some of those services as well.
Honorable Mayor and
Council people, whatever. No, whatever we are.
You got
Okay,
the
there
first
it goes.
part right.
Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, to echo what Mr. Tony mentioned, these are items that we will be exploring, and part of that exploration is doing a cost-benefit analysis. One of the things that we're going to be doing if we go down that path is consider all of the risks associated with it, such as the liability of what you just mentioned. So that's not something that I could answer at this moment, but while exploring these options, that'd be something that we would discuss.
Okay, and I guess, and I would have asked, one of the other things were virtual card, and we could ask questions about if there were a forged endorsement, and anyway, I'm not going to ask those questions now. I guess my question is, when you explore that, will we have an opportunity to be part of that discussion before the decision is made, or should we direct our questions to you individually? Because I do have a few concerns, but it's obviously not privy to passing this this tonight.
Yeah, Councilmember Lister, I mean, these would be internal process improvements that we would
Right.
be trying to make, so they wouldn't necessarily be items that we would bring back to council, but we would be happy to discuss them further.
So maybe
or
I should just
explore
shoot you a
them
memo
further.
of concerns I would have that I would like you to
Absolutely,
look
or
at.
if you wanted us to return to talk about them, we absolutely could.
Okay, great, thank you, that was it.
Didn't you have some questions on
Yes, please. Hi. How are you guys doing? As you know, this is my area of expertise. So I knew you figured it would probably get pulled. I obviously went over it detailed and went over everything. I compared the prior cost analysis to the current one. I deal with analysis every day. I saw a lot of decreases in current fees. And I just wanted to say you did a fantastic job. So congratulations. It's a great contract. That price for the services that we're going to be getting is very good. The fees are wonderful. And I do think looking into the check payables and the account validation and such is something good to look at. We're constantly improving all of our treasury management programs every day. So, and US Bank does have a very good municipality program. So good job, Mr. Tony, and to our accountant.
Mayor,
wasn't that easy?
That was easy. We appreciate it. And Mayor Pro Tem, the credit goes to our senior accountant, Marvin Lopez, for working with US Bank on this one. And we agree, they're a great local government entity to work with.
Well, congratulations, Mr. Lopez.
Thank you.
And-
You're
And on
welcome.
top of that, they've been providing excellent service. So it's more than just the cost.
And if I could, and if follow up, it really is a good contract and an excellent. U.S. Bank is highly rated in what they are doing for us, and I appreciate that. And I thought, actually, I'm going to quickly read just so you can think about the question as you're doing the research. My question would have been for virtual card, which is the other third thing you're looking at, which gets to the heart of what we call holder in due course. If the city receives a change of bank or account information that is fraudulent, city might not find out the money was paid to the fraudster until the receiving vendor calls asking for payment. And so if it's paid by check and the forger, and basically the endorsement is forged, we have recourse. If it is done through this virtual card, we no longer have that protection. And so that's my concern, just so you're aware as you're investigating those possible options. So I just want to throw that out there. But yes, this is a very good contract, and thank you for your services.
Thank you. And
Appreciate it.
one thing to add to that, we did mention that to our US Bank representatives about the holder due course and for them to be aware of that and to have that discussion further with them. So
Perfect.
We'll be prepared.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you. That's it.
I was going to give you a harder time.
Sorry, Mr. Lopez.
You did a great job.
Thank you.
Councilmember Levinos, number 5, questions. I'm
Yes.
assuming we can move forward with the vote on number 3. So number 5, questions.
Yes, I wanted to know, and I had said earlier that I was going to address this issue, that the streets, because this is the SB1 funding for the Road Repair and Accountability Act of 2017. I just wanted to make sure, and I don't know because I haven't gotten the tracks emailed to me of the CDBG funds that will be used for road repair, that those are separate areas that are being repaired.
Yes, that's correct. They are separate areas. As you had your discussion, CDBG has certain low to moderate income areas that those funds specifically go for road repairs in those areas. These funds can go any place citywide.
Okay, and I know I've made this request previously, and I will make it again, that there have been specific places in the city that have been targeted for road repair, and then you have this beautiful stretch of road, and then it ends, and then it's just bum, 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 as you're driving down the road. And one of those stretches that is being used a lot by trucks, especially as we get increased traffic on the 118, is that stretch, and I'm very glad that it was redone, that stretch on Cochrane between Sycamore and Sequoia was redone, but then from Sequoia to Topo, which is the extension of that corridor, is not redone. And unfortunately, like, those roads are getting worse and worse and worse to the point where, I'm worried that it's going to be a road hazard and that, we would face liability if there's an accident or something happens there. So we have to, I'm going to ask again, and I will continue to ask, if we can consider when we get these funds to repair roads, that we can continue, that pathway, for transportation, so that we don't continue to damage that part of the road. And again, the considerations of, when there are accidents, what roads are used by the big trucks and by the, that are taking the 118, because that's impacting everything as well. And as we start going back to school, I mean, the schools have already gone back to school, but in the fall, we'll probably have the majority of students going back to school. And so that is a corridor that, and I don't live in that area, I'm just letting you know, but it is, whenever I drive down that road, it's of a specific concern to me. Like I said, because it's a detour that's used by the trucks on the 118. So I'm just going to keep plugging at it until we get funding so that we can repair that part of the road.
Okay, yeah, we'll take another look at that too.
Thank you so much.
I'm sorry, Mayor, may I just follow up question?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Mayor. Just my question maybe is a dovetail. The whole list was all residential
Yes.
roads, which is great. But I was curious why there were no commercial arteries that were included. Is that because they're scheduled elsewhere? I mean, or is that just the greater need is viewed there?
Generally speaking, we wanted to use these funds for local residential roadways, and at this point, we are looking for funds for our major streets. We hope that there might be some federal funds coming down the road shortly, and any other available funds, we would apply more to major streets, as well as our own budget, if we can get the money out of it.
Okay, so I guess and that was my question. We have not. This is addition to what we've already scheduled for this year.
This is for next fiscal year.
Correct. I'm sorry. So, help me understand.
So let me jump. So we have minor streets.
Right.
We have major streets.
Right.
This is funding
This is
for the
just
minor
minor
streets.
streets. That's what-
correct, which
okay.
are strictly generally residential.
Right.
The struggle over the years has been to get funding for major streets.
Gotcha.
You'll see that discussion in our budget discussion.
Okay. Beautiful. Because I think I would talk about LA Avenue,
And that would,
but yes.
And that covers Cochrane from Sequoia to Tapple Canyon as well, which
and LA
Ron
Avenue
and I have
from
had the discussion about the quality of that street.
And I do live there.
We'll be out there first thing in the morning.
I have one more question, if I may.
Sure.
Mayor, may I ask one more question?
Yes.
I know Ryan mentioned earlier that we were going to have fiber being laid out, and can we make sure that we time it, so that if someone is having to tear up a road for improvements or fiber or whatever it is that they're doing, that we don't because I've seen this not here but in other cities I've seen it where they repave the road and then they tear it up the next day for something else. I'm like, why did you do that? You just wasted all this money and you tore up the road. So I just want to make sure that, if we're laying down fiber or whatever, that the timing of it is so that we're not tearing up a newly refixed, repaved road.
No, that would be our definite plan to make sure that doesn't happen.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much.
And I know you have no idea where I live, but my street's done. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I make a motion?
You may.
I move to approve consent items 1 through 5.
I will second.
Okay. Motion and a second. Call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 7A, consideration of a resolution confirming and renewing the proclamation of the existence of a local emergency. The reading of the resolution is as follows. Resolution number 2021-10, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley confirming and renewing the proclamation of the existence of a local emergency. And City Manager Gabler is available for questions.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, you've seen this before. We are still in a continuing local emergency with regard to the COVID-19. We do see that numbers are getting better as the community becomes more vaccinated. I believe the County of Ventura recently reported that of those eligible, prior to the 16 and over, of those eligible to be vaccinated, over half have been vaccinated. And the positivity number rates continue to go down. The numbers in Ventura County are shadowing towards the yellow tier, but because of the state's criteria, it is likely that the governor's June 15th announcement will take place prior to fully moving into the yellow tier. We are anticipating very much the governor's announcement of how he was intending to open the economy on June 15th. We believe it's not just going to be a blanket open, that there will continue to be guidelines and rules and regulations in place. And we are anticipating looking for that guidance as we decide to, as a community and as the county, continue to move forward. So with that, I'm more than happy to answer any questions, but we do recommend that you adopt the resolution confirming and renewing the proclamation of a local emergency.
Questions of, we'll just say, Mr. Gabler.
I had a question, if I may, Mayor.
Okay.
On page 3 of the report, it says that on August 31st, the governor signed legislation that governs the protections for residential tenants and the rights of landlords and establishes a rental repayment process through January 31st, 2021. So that means that there is no more protection? They can't do that anymore? The rental repayment process no longer exists?
I believe that is still open. I should have corrected that date. I know that there are still the rental repayment assistance at the state level is still, they're still taking applications.
Okay, and the reason I'm asking this is because I know that there have been several community members and I have had students of mine and community members who have gotten COVID, once or twice, like they've gotten it a second time. So just because, and I'm very grateful for everyone who's gotten vaccinated and is going to get vaccinated. I really appreciate that. But, there are people that are still being impacted by COVID. So, we can reopen and do all those things, but, there's still a reason we're all wearing masks up here. And there's still a, transmission. We finally passed the 1,000 mark. Unfortunately, 1,000 people in Ventura County have died from COVID-19. So, yeah, if you can update that and if we can put
More than happy
something
to.
on the city website, that would be great to let people know, because when I read the report, I was really sad because I was like, oh no, there's no more rental repayment
And I
assistance.
apologize for that. I think, if I remember correctly, we were just about to send out the business e-newsletter, and I believe that is in there. So you may get that in that, but I'll provide that information to the council.
That would be wonderful. I would
Certainly.
greatly appreciate that.
Okay, Councilmember Litster.
Thank you. Page 2 states that this action is a recommended state to receive mutual intergovernmental aid. My question is, does this mean mutual intergovernmental aid would be denied if we didn't currently have a state of emergency?
If we didn't have a state of emergency, then we couldn't, it would be questioned what aid we would need.
Gotcha. Okay. And my second question is, can DES orders stay in place if we end our state of emergency?
If what?
I'm just curious if well, let me back it up. Let me first go back to the question. So you're saying that every single town and state has declared a state of emergency so they can get CARES funds. There's not a single county or city that is not declared. The only way they get funds is because they've declared this. Is that correct?
I can't definitively tell you that all 445 cities in California have declared this.
And I guess I'm not talking about.
But they surely should have.
Okay. Okay. So my second question, I guess what I see happening is that this will just go in perpetuity, because there will always be cases. There will always be something. And I want to be very, very mindful of our responsibility to determine the time when, and what is it when 70% are vaccinated? Is it when 50% are vaccinated? Is it when deaths are once a month, which is horrible to have any deaths, don't get me wrong. I want to be sure that we're mindful of that there is an end, that we don't just go in perpetuity because it's convenient to do and the state has decided to do it, because in essence we kind of absolve our responsibilities, I feel. So that's why I'm asking these questions, not just to be flippant.
I would say there's very much a downside to not renewing it or to canceling it too soon. Because you never know what's going to come down the line. These, just theoretically, the vaccines are good for 6 to 9 months. In 6 to 9 months, as the vaccines wear off, we could have another surge again. That is certainly possible.
And we could declare another emergency at that
and
point,
we would-
if we had,
so
hypothetically, if we had decided.
Sure, and the
Yeah.
question becomes is whether the state continues their emergency. And if they continue their emergency, what is the purpose for it? Now, if it appears as though they've gotten rid of all the restrictions, none of us are wearing masks, we're all sitting next to each other, cozy in a restaurant, then each individual municipality is going to have to take a look at whether it's necessary to continue that declaration. There, as I said, there are.
I don't think they're going to do that because well, okay.
Well, I mean, there are things that go along with the declaration, including your eligibility for funding and mutual aid from other cities and counties. So we have to be mindful of not being an island out there.
Fair enough. And so, and maybe that answers the questions, but I'm going to ask them anyway. So can DES orders stay in place if we end our state of emergency? Would they might automatically end because we ended the state?
I think, if I can answer legally, I think the authority comes from the emergency.
Yes.
Now, we did look at whether if you issued an order that say, and Mr. Gabler hasn't, let's say, but that had a lot of consequences into the future, like a repayment schedule, I'm just saying, for example.
Sure.
And if you canceled it, it's an open question whether that little tail end would continue. But generally speaking, it'll be gone, the DES power, once the emergency is gone.
Okay, and so then let me just follow up one final question, and then I think I'm understanding. In the report, you gave us the benefit that is immunity for failure to take appropriate actions, and that's one of the strengths of having the state of emergency. And I guess I wanted to give an example of right now what you see as an immunity from, what would you envision right now as that we need immunity from XYZ? I just want to understand that. Where you see that we might need that immunity.
Let me, if I can, just take a quick crack at it, because I remember we drafted that, together a while back.
I understand
right?
that. So
And so that provision that you see in the staff report is an accurate reflection of the law as far as once you declare it, you get certain immunities. Things like, let's say somebody needs assistance and the proper gear isn't used, but it was in furtherance of the emergency. We might have some immunity there that we wouldn't have under normal circumstances. Very theoretical, and we'd only use it if there were like a lawsuit or something like that. But that was the idea. So these are just a laundry list of all the possible things. I don't think we've invoked that immunity since it was stated in the staff report a year ago.
okay. Well, I just want
Do
to.
you have an urgency to end?
I don't have an urgency to end. I just am
Because we do this, what, every 3 months?
Every 60 days.
every 60 days.
So,
No, I
so
just
it's not
want us
like
to.
we're just going perpetuity. It's-
Correct.
We have this opportunity to look at it.
Right.
But we're in orange. The pandemic is still here. It's still very much alive. And this protects us. And I for one, don't want to bail out early.
And,
I wanna
and I'm
have
not
the safety net.
advocating that necessarily. I just want us to be really mindful that we
But
see.
I think these people have good minds. And it sounds like you're questioning the desire to keep the.
No, I think it is our responsibility as council members to really look at the whole picture and not just blanketly say, yeah, but still, I mean, I want us to have a sense of what the target is. At what point do we feel that state of emergency has ended? I'm not advocating, in no way am I advocating right now is the time. I recognize we're in orange, we're not yellow, whatever that color. But I do see.
No, I understand.
I just think that we have this responsibility to be
Well, I don't think anybody on
mindful.
this dais is arguing with you about our responsibility, so I take a little offense to that. I think it's very serious. I take it very seriously. And I think that we're all doing a good job of representing our constituency. So maybe we have a difference in how we want to represent them, but
And I apologize if I'm sound like I'm being critical. I see some states of emergency. In fact, you read online, natural disasters that the emergencies have lingered for multiple years, just because it's convenient to do so, and because there might be more money coming, not because the real disaster hasn't truly ended. And so I think it takes when you declare a state of emergency, it does take away the power of the elected body. Because you're giving it to your emergency director,
And that's what I
and
think
he's
is
done a
the-
good job.
Every 60 days
Yeah.
is the power of the elected body to determine if they wish to.
Correct, and that's why I'm asking questions,
And
just to be sure.
I'm sorry, the current reso actually has 70 days, so let me just point that out.
Well, and I'll tell you the reason why it's 70 days is because 60 didn't get us to June 15th.
So we need 70, okay.
I needed to get past June 15th so I can report to the council what the governor is planning to do. That's why there's 70 days.
Fair enough.
So I stand corrected, sit corrected.
Thank you.
And I just, Mayor, if I make just a really quick comment. I agree with what Brian is saying. We don't know what's around the bend. We don't know what's coming. This is only for, 70 days. I'll correct it, 70 days. And that's why we agreed, we're not doing this for 6 months or a year, like every, 60, this time 70 days. We will revisit this and see where we're at and where we need to be. But, as I watched those numbers of deaths crawling up, and I was hoping and praying that they wouldn't continue to crawl up, but they did. And we still have deaths. We still have people getting COVID. We don't have everyone vaccinated. Dr. Fauci has said we need to have, 90% people vaccinated because not everyone's going to get both shots and this and that. So there's a lot of factors. So it's not based on, actual data or numbers. Plus, we're now seeing mutations, of the virus that are even more contagious. So, we don't know. None of us can predict. That's why we're taking it 2 months at a time.
I agree.
Would you like a motion?
Sure.
Are we ready?
Oh, well, let's make sure. Any more comments? Okay, yeah, motion.
Okay, I move to adopt resolution number 2021-10, confirming and renewing the proclamation of the existence of a local emergency.
A second?
Okay, a motion and a second. Call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 8A, discussion of a vacant parcel tax, and Linda Swan is here for this presentation.
Mayor Mashburn and City Council. Staff is providing information this evening in regards to Council Member Luevano's request to agendize the City Council discussion of a vacant parcel tax as a tool to incentivize landowners to develop their properties, potentially constructing additional housing inventory. Vacancy taxes are designed to motivate property owners to develop vacant parcels and to either sell or rent unoccupied units. It's not coming up. This one?
Yeah. It's on the wrong.
There we
There
go.
you go.
Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Historically, California has utilized the concept of the parcel tax more so than other state local governments. A number of the state, cities, and school districts in California have levied a parcel tax to bring in discretionary income. According to Public Policy Institute of California, 10% of cities and school districts levy a parcel tax. Locally, the Rancho Simi Rec and Park District received the approval in 1999 to levy a $38 per parcel tax within the district's service area. However, the vacant parcel tax has become a growing trend as California local governments look for ways to fund homelessness and affordable housing. So parcel taxes for improved or vacant parcels are a form of specialty tax. Unlike standard property taxes, the tax is based on the characteristics of the parcel instead of the value. Typically, the parcel tax is based on square footage or by dwelling unit or a flat rate per parcel. The procedural process for a jurisdiction to levy a vacant parcel tax requires the governing body to approve an ordinance imposing the tax by a majority vote of all members of the governing body and placing the measure on the ballot. If the funds have a specific purpose for which they are earmarked, the tax is a special tax and it must be approved by the electorate by a 2/3 majority. If earmarked for general services, a majority of voters is required to approve. So the vacancy parcel tax has gained some traction in the past few years. The cities of Los Angeles, Oakland, Richmond, and San Diego have considered or implemented a vacant parcel tax. Many of the cities that are considering a vacancy tax are requesting that the tax be modeled after the Oakland's vacant property tax. So Oakland voters in Alameda County approved Measure W, the Oakland vacant parcel tax in 2018. 70% of voters approved this measure. This enacts a parcel tax on property that is used for fewer than 50 days a year at an annual rate of $6,000 per parcel and $3,000 for condominium units to fund resources to address homelessness and illegal dumping for a 20-year period. It is estimated that the tax will generate between $6.5 to $10.5 million annually. That's approximately 4,000 vacant parcels. The tax structure, as identified in the staff report, is as follows. So as you can see, it ranges from $3,000 to $6,000 per parcel. Now there are some exemptions. Parcels owned by low-income, disabled, property owners who demonstrate a financial hardship or have an exceptional circumstance due to damage by a natural disaster, those who are obtaining planning approval, or those who've obtained entitlement approvals but need a time extension, a 2-year extension will be given. So 15% of the funds will be used to administer the tax. The city is estimating one-time cost of $100,000 for a creation of a web portal and the maintenance of the registry. Ongoing administrative costs will run around $450,000 annually, and that's for 3 employees to implement the program. 85% of the funds will be used to create affordable housing, provide services to assist homeless individuals and those at risk of becoming homeless. Funding can also be used for code enforcement, the remedying of illegal dumping, and blight cleanup. There will be a 9-member commission on homelessness that will be formed, and they will serve in an advisory capacity on fund expenditures. So moving on to the City of LA. In June 2020, the Los Angeles City Council voted to have their city attorney draft an ordinance to impose a vacancy tax, again modeled after Oakland's Measure W. This model would not apply to commercial non-mixed use units or single-family residents owned by individuals. A tax rate of $5,000 per parcel per year would be accessed. A higher rate would be developed for larger parcels. The estimated annual revenue from the tax is $128 million the first year, and then $100 million thereafter. The revenue estimates are based upon 3,000 vacant parcels, 2,500 unoccupied commercial units, and 20,000 unoccupied residential units in the city. Subsequent to the City Council's June direction, they placed the vacancy tax on hold for consideration for the November 2022 ballot. Now, Richmond, a Bay Area city, placed Measure T on the ballot in 2018, but it failed to receive the necessary 2/3 vote. Very similar to Oakland's model, it was intended to secure funding for homeless people, housing assistance, affordable housing, and blight abatement. If Measure T was successful, it would have generated approximately $5.4 million annually for 20 years. San Diego Housing Commission is looking to hire a consultant to conduct a vacancy tax feasibility study and identify the number of housing units in the city of San Diego that are vacant for 6 months or longer. If a measure is developed, the revenue will be utilized to reduce the shortage of rental units available by creating an incentive for those units to be pushed on the market. So should the City Council consider a vacant parcel tax, staff would recommend additional research to inventory vacant parcels and to develop a framework to establish the tax. So a feasibility study that identifies the number and locations of vacant parcels would need to be undertaken so that we get a better understanding of our inventory. Staff would need to work with the city's tax consultant, HDO companies to further investigate the most beneficial tax structure. So this concludes staff's presentation.
Questions of staff?
I'm sorry, I thought you were looking that way. I wasn't sure if you were going to call on. Like,
No, we know that. Go ahead. Sure. I just didn't know who to go first, I'm sorry.
I appreciate it. Personally, I'm having difficulty with this because I really am a proponent of personal property rights, et cetera. But my question, and I generally prefer the carrot over the stick, and certainly this would be a stick approach to encouraging housing development, et cetera. What are some of the things that could be used instead of a parcel tax that might be considered a carrot or a way to incentivize or encourage?
So many say that streamlining the development process and making it a little bit less expensive is one way to encourage developers to develop vacant land. Time is money, so if you streamline that process and you make it a little bit less expensive, they say developers would move forward and develop more housing. That's one incentive.
Okay. And I'm sure there's other things the city could also investigate as far as incentivizing. And if I understand your report, basically, and I appreciate you looking at these different cities, it was very, very interesting. But if I understand correctly, there really is only one city that currently, that being Oakland, that actually has such a tax in place. Even Los Angeles decided to postpone even putting it to their voters.
Yeah, Oakland is the model that they're following. And yeah, Los Angeles basically postponed till 2022.
Gotcha. Okay. And thank you. Again, thank you for the report.
Anybody else?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I have multiple questions. With regard to, you said that we could, Councilmember Litzer mentioned having a carrot approach. And we have several developments that we have waited for. Is that not true that there have been several projects that have been approved that have yet to be built?
That is correct.
Would you say that there are maybe even projects that we approved that have been waiting years and years, and that there have been extensions on approval for building?
There have been time extensions granted, yes.
Yes, so as much as I would love to give a carrot approach and streamline the process, I know that the I know that our employees and our city manager, and I know that this council has time and time again extended deadlines, offered support, negotiated, the mayor negotiated with, some residents for the SRO project. And, Brian, I can't tell you how many times I sat down and worked with developers to make sure that their needs are met. So I feel like it's very, we've given the carrot a lot in terms of streamlining the process. Would you say that our process for developers is easier or more difficult? Is that truly a barrier for developers to develop in the city?
So I'm telling you what I have learned from reading about the vacant parcel tax and what people are arguing on both sides. So proponents for the vacancy tax are saying, affordable housing is a dire situation and this is a good way to address it. Those who disagree and people who own land are saying, I'd be more willing maybe to develop property if it didn't take as much time, if it wasn't as expensive, if you streamline the process. So I'm just giving you the two views.
Okay. Was this report solely done on residential vacancy parcel tax? Because I had also asked about looking at commercial vacancy parcel tax. So I'm curious to know what you found on that end.
So this is the...
Like a blight tax.
Right, the blight tax. No, this looked at just vacancy parcel tax that applies to commercial and residential. So Oakland's model applies to both residential, commercial. That's not property that is not developed. LA was took the same approach, wanted to model it after it. Richmond, also the same thing. So looking at all types of properties, not just residential, commercial, land that is just sitting there, that's not developed, properties or condominiums that are duplexes that are not occupied. So just looking at vacancy where it's less for a certain amount of time, I'm trying to utilize all housing available.
And the Oakland model does consider vacant storefront.
Okay. Was there any research into the Washington, D.C. that did collect $9.4 million in vacancy taxes in 2016?
Now, I briefly read about Washington and Philadelphia, but I looked strictly at local.
Okay. I'm asking because I know that there have been, there's different kinds of vacancy taxes and blight taxes. I'm curious to know, and I was looking for it, but I didn't see it in the report, if you know, or if Brian could tell me, whoever could tell me, what is the vacancy rate here in Simi Valley for apartments, for rental units, for homes, and for commercial?
I can tell you the apartment units is less than 5%. I would venture to guess it's 2 to 3. Homes, we would not have that data. And then
for
on
commercial?
For retail space, the vacancy rate right now is 8.5%.
Is that above or below what it was a year ago or 2 years ago?
It is, a year ago, it was 8.3%, and this quarter, year-to-date, this quarter is 8.5%. So it went up 0.2%.
And I know this is asking a lot, but you are the city historian, Brian. So you have a wealth of history in that head of yours. So do you happen to know what the retail space vacancy rate was, say, 3 years ago, before the pandemic?
It was
Ballpark, 3, 4, 5
it was about
years ago.
5%.
Okay.
If I, roughly, it was probably about 5%.
Okay. And the reason I'm asking is because, we have a lot of public comments that were made about, from people who are business owners, whose parents are business owners, talking about, this is the place where businesses come to die. And I've heard that several times, and I hate hearing that. Because, there are a lot of businesses that do take a chance on coming to Simi Valley, but seeing all the empty storefronts, it is disheartening. No one wants to open a business next to 2 other empty storefronts. It just signifies that there's not a lot of traffic there, and they don't know whether or not it's going to be a successful business. So I guess I was asking if there was any research done into that. I know that Burbank and Glendale at some point had a kind of blight tax for a while, where they charged businesses, for every week, for every month that the retail spaces were empty. Do we have any data by any chance on, how many of, what percentage of, our different parcels of retail spaces have left in the past year? Because I want to extract the data from the pandemic versus pre-pandemic. I don't want to chalk it up to the pandemic.
So we have the service we subscribe to, CoStar, provides, I don't think it gets down to monthly, but it provides quarterly data on vacancy rates, as well as sublet rates and availability. So we have that. We can scale that down on a quarterly basis, break it down to retail, commercial, and industrial, as well as office. So we can get down to, that's about as close to any level we have. But we don't have anything beyond that would be boots on the ground, someone actually walking and figuring out vacancies.
Sorry, taking notes. I know that Councilmember Kavanaugh is next to me and she has questions, so I'll let her go.
I don't necessarily have questions. I just wanted to compliment Ms. Swan on the thoroughness of the report. In utilizing the local cities, there's only one of the 5 that's even near our population. City of LA is 3.9, Oakland's 425,000, San Francisco's 875,000, San Diego's 1.4 million. There's a difference in size and in homelessness, in housing problems, in vacancies. So to me, in my opinion, I don't think we're anywhere near at a point where we need to assess this type of tax on our community. We're able to handle and take care of our homelessness problem as much as we can with the Samaritan Center and with other aspects. We don't have that much of a blight, in my opinion. And I also don't believe implementing a new tax, especially right now, is beneficial to our community or our business community. So I'm not in favor of any type of a tax at this time.
Well, I don't know how we attract businesses to come. I don't know how we attract people to want to live here or develop here. We have streamlined in every way possible the ability for developers to come here. And I'm still waiting to see, when Farmers is going to be done. I'm still waiting to see when, the apartments on down Sycamore are going to be done. We have had multiple developers just in the 2.5 years since I've been elected that have had 8, 12 years to develop, projects, and they still haven't developed those projects. And then, and some of them we even gave extensions, and it still hasn't happened. We know that developers want maximum profit, and they aren't always interested in helping the community. We have RENA that we have to deal with, the regional housing needs. And yet we have people with empty parcels. It kills me when I drive around the city and I see empty parcels that have been sitting there for years and years and years. And despite the fact that we have done everything in our ability to streamline the process for development, they're still not being developed. And then we have parcels that, and commercial spaces that, are being somewhat developed, but then they're still not being improved. And so either our commercial residential spaces are being used as investments, as tax loopholes, but I don't see improvements being made. So I don't know how else we can improve things in the city financially, because we just approved CDBG block grant funds so that we can make up for the loss in revenue and taxes so that we can repair the roads in the city. So we are facing an issue of how are we going to make sure that this city thrives, and how are we going to make sure that the empty parcels that we have on the valley floor in the city that we are going to have to do infill is going to get done. Because right now what we're doing, it's not working. We have developers that have come and, like I said, asked for extensions, It hasn't happened. They're not building. And you can't blame the pandemic when they asked for these developments 12 years ago and it still hasn't been done, pre-pandemic, many years before the pandemic, and they're still not being built. So either we're being used as a tax loophole to the detriment of the city and the businesses and the residents, because the longer we wait to have this done, to make this happen, then the more businesses leave, the less tax revenue we have, the less our roads get built, the less infrastructure we have, and the more people move away from the city. We have to figure out a way in order to be able to build the infrastructure and support businesses in this city. And people are not coming here. Would rather go to Moore Park and open a business than open a business here, because they're getting more support in Moore Park because they're building more of the housing and having more of the support
Councilmember
there.
Luevanos, I'm seeing a different community than you're seeing. When I drive down, I see some wonderful development that's taking place at the farmers market. They're actively working that site. I live very near Sycamore, where the 280 plus units are going up, 90 of which are senior. They're actively building and engaging. That will be done in just a few months. I see thriving things happening in terms of building. Certainly not everything has been built, but some major projects are definitely coming to fruition. And I have a problem thinking that taxing people who have land will bring the vision that you're articulating. I think quite the opposite might occur, that would be a disincentive for people to want to stay here, or et cetera. I think that we need to be very mindful that taxing or raising taxes are not the answer to necessarily stimulating growth that you have envisioned. There are other choices besides what Swan has articulated. We could even look at, if we wanted to, doing enterprise zone incentives, et cetera, to give percentage or investment for increasing or for renovating storefronts. There's lots of tricks and things that we could explore and look at. But I guess I'm just seeing a very different Simi Valley than you are. And I don't think personally that this tax, which is only being used, as Mayor Pro Tem Kavanaugh has pointed out, is only being used by large metropolises, and I looked at the population as well because I thought that was interesting, and is only right now in Oakland. I think there's a lot of concerns. It was interesting to understand and learn about this option, but I don't see that it will bring what you were envisioning.
You don't see our empty Simi Valley Town Center, the empty Bed Bath
Of course
and Beyond,
of course
the
I do.
empty Little Caesars,
But some of that,
the empty Mac
some
store.
of that, in all fairness, wait a minute, Councilmember Lois, some of that absolutely is attributable to the pandemic. Do I think that will change once people regain back to normalcy? Absolutely. Do we have new management at the Simi Town Center that is exploring new options and that will be presenting to us some possible development options there? I think we need to allow some time there. So I don't think we're being fair.
I just want to remind you, Councilmember Litster, that we had to pass an ordinance specifically to deal with vacant residential properties that were a blight in the community that multiple residents had to complain about. We had to pass an ordinance to deal with that because we have people that are investing in Simi Valley properties and it's hurting the rest of our community.
And that was responsible on our behalf to assist a few, very few small residential facilities that are places that were experiencing that the owners were either absent or were not in a position to help to take care of their place.
Or they were using us as a tax shelter and a tax loophole so that they wouldn't have to care about our community.
And that is
that's what they use us for.
strictly speculation, and it was a very small number.
But we still had to pass an ordinance. Facts are still facts.
Mr. Mayor, I'm ready for a motion if you are. I move we receive and file staff's report.
Second.
The motion passes with Councilmember Luevanos voting no. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is 9A, City Council Member Reports.
Okay, first person, Councilmember Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My report's going to be short. On Monday, April 12th, I attended the Zoom meeting for the Council on Aging. On Thursday, April 15th, I attended another Zoom meeting for the League of California Cities Public Safety Committee. Not too much news out of that one. We are just watching a lot of legislation coming out of the state of California right now. I've had several citizen meetings in the last week, mostly, obviously just over the phone, because the only time I get out of the house is to come here. Not Sunday. That's about it for my report. I just wanted to make sure that I emphasized congratulating Bill Olive and Robbie Hidalgo for their proclamations and their volunteerism. Thank them very much, as I do all the volunteers in the city of Simi Valley. Thank you for all that you do for us.
Okay, Councilmember Litzner.
Thank you. On Tuesday, April 6th, I attended the Youth Council meeting, and I just am always at awe at all of it that they're doing and the many plans they have, doing lots of very positive things for our community. One of the things that's ongoing right now is their multicultural festival, and I had the opportunity to enjoy their Saturday, April 10th, their first performance where they had music and dance and from various ethnic backgrounds, and it was wonderfully done. Beautiful dancing and beautiful music. And what's lovely is that is still available for anyone who missed that. And I know the attendance was smaller as I saw the live attendance than I wanted. And so I want to encourage people to go and view those performances, and that can be found at svvac.org/multicultural-festival. I know that because I was not able to view the one that was this past Saturday, which was about cultural couture, although I contributed to that. I actually shared some beautiful photos from my daughter's wedding in Africa, and it showed some beautiful clothing made of kente cloth, which is local to the Ashanti region there, and beautiful fabrics. Anyway, but that was so fun to be able to share that part of my heritage here, and so I encourage people and want to thank those who are making this possible. Wednesday, April 7th, and I should say there's more. I need to announce what's forward, shouldn't I? Next Saturday is going to be, I believe it's cultural cuisine, if I'm not mistaken. And the Saturday after that, which is wonderful. You want to learn how to cook something delicious, please watch and learn how to cook it correctly. And the following week after that, I believe it is storytelling, or basically they'll be interviewing some of their ancestors or grandparents, some of the youth council that live in this community, and share some of their stories. So really a wonderful multicultural, and there's more. There's even, anyway, go online and see. I'm afraid I'm leaving something out. Just again, to go back to some of my experiences this week, I will say that I attended the business Task Force Business Recovery on Wednesday, April 7th. On April the 10th, Saturday, I had the opportunity of traveling actually into Silver Lake, Los Angeles area to help honor Chinese Congressional Gold Medal recipient William D. Chan, and just wanted to recognize that is taking place throughout our county and elsewhere, that there are some of these World War II Chinese veterans who are just now receiving the recognition that was due, and it was just really an honor to be part of that moving ceremony on Saturday, April the 10th. On Monday, April the 12th, attended the Council on Aging with Councilmember Mike Judge. Tuesday, April the 13th, was able to attend in person the ribbon cutting for Lucky Dog Cafe. All I can say is congratulations to the owners that were able to open at the beginning after the pandemic and stay open and find a way to be successful and to survive. And so thank you. Our hats off to resilient business owners such that have done much to weather this difficult storm. On Thursday, April the 15th, I had attended, speaking of recovering from COVID, I was able to attend a Seroptimus Club special meeting where they had Coach Ron speak about just that, the positive lessons that we takeaways from this difficult COVID time. One final thing that I was able to experience this weekend, Saturday, April the 17th, I attended the Simi Valley Ed Foundation fundraiser drive-in movie that was at the Simi Valley High School, and commend the Ed Foundation for the work that the creative ways they're finding to raise funds to go towards scholarships and deserving students, as well as to recognize our outstanding teachers here in our community. And so that concludes my report. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Luevanos.
My report will be very short. On Tuesday, April 6th, I too attended the youth council meeting with Councilmember Litzter, and I think she gave a great report, so I'm not going to repeat what she said. On Saturday, April 10th, I too attended virtually the Simi Valley Youth Council Multicultural Simi Valley Arts Center Festival. I said it. Yay. So, and it was, I just want to thank all the performers and, all the city staff who put it together. So it was amazing. We had Ballet Folklorico, there were Aztec dancers, amazing Bollywood dancers. I was like in front of my computer, dancing in front of the computer. The kids are like, "What is wrong with you?" I'm like, "It's Bollywood dancing." So it was really cool just to see all the different cultures highlighted. So thank you for putting it together. And it was just amazing to see that. There's much more of the Multicultural Festival. It's going on through May. And everything is recorded, so you can go online and just Google Simi Valley Cultural Arts Center or Multicultural Festival, and then you'll find all the videos there. But yeah, Couture was really cool, and it was like all the different dress from international cultures, and just a celebration of the many diverse aspects and people who live here in Simi Valley. And so it was a beautiful thing to see and celebrate. And we know that ethnic studies and cultural pride allow us to, feel, improve mental health and improve outcomes for our students and our families and our communities. So it's wonderful to have that. There is like story time. It's, learning about people's history. I actually assigned it to my to my students as part of their history class. So they're going to have to do that. But like I said, there's stuff that's going on through May. I highly encourage you to attend the Multicultural Festival. And if you missed it, everything is recorded, I believe. Yes, everything is recorded, so you can go online and you can find out about it. And to all those teachers that are going back to school, if you need a COVID test, like I have to get every week now, Moore Park College is still open and available and very quick. I got there today. There was a line, but I was in and out in 20 minutes, even with a line of cars. So if you are a teacher or an essential worker and you need to get your COVID test so you can go back to the classroom, like I'm going back, make sure that you can get your COVID test at Moore Park College, still Oxnard College, but Moore Park College is the closest one to us. And they're very quick and efficient. And thank you to all the staff from Ventura County Department of Public Health that has enabled us to get our COVID test so that we can make sure that we're safe at work. And that is my report. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to share some information regarding our Ventura County Animal Shelter. Received an email this morning from Jackie Rhodes, who's the director there, and they have been opening on Saturdays and Sundays for viewing from 2 to 6 for the last 2 weeks. It's going well. You can also do cat adoptions on those days till 5:30. Dog and rabbit adoptions still have to be scheduled by an appointment, but you can view them on the weekends and then schedule an appointment. They're going to be slowly reopening the Camarillo shelter a little bit more as time goes by and as staffing's available. Once the Camarillo shelter is completed opening, then they will look at reopening the Simi shelter. So keep that in mind. Anyone that's looking for a cat or dog or rabbit, check out vcas.us. They'll take care of you. In regards to calendars, I know a lot of us, we didn't have a whole lot going on. On Wednesday, April 7th, I had the executive board meeting for the EDC. And on a personal note, on Thursday, the 8th, I was able to go up to the Vineyards, which is now open. They have patio seating and food and live music. It was wonderful. They were very popular. It was pretty full. I ran into some city employees up there, but I won't name them. No, but it was wonderful. It was really, really good. On Tuesday, April 13th, I had a short call with somebody. We're getting ready to work on the Simi Valley Task Force for the Veterans. So we were just prepping for the call, which Councilmember Lister and I will have. I believe it's next week. They canceled our calls for the Wednesdays. On Thursday, April 15th, I had our regular board meeting for the EDC. A lot of information was shared, but one of the interesting things was Bruce Stensley, who's the director, had left the last half hour open, and we did a open mic per se, where each of the different people shared where they were with the COVID situation in their business industry, how it affected them, and where they thought they were going to be moving into the future. So it was very interesting to hear all the different ideas. You know, we had the doc, we had Meissner Filtration, who's making stuff for the vaccines. I mean, so we had a wide selection. We had banking. We had a little bit of information. So it was very, very informative. On Saturday the 16th, I did watch the Youth Council Multicultural Festival, and I saw Councilman member Litster on there. It was a great job. It was very informative, and got to see your daughter's wedding. My favorite actually is the sari, because I've worn a sari before, and to watch how you put them on and stuff is very unique. But saris are just wonderful. And since we weren't able to have our Simi Valley Police Department recognition awards, the chief put out a Facebook on the 2020 recipients from the award. So I just wanted to share those since we don't get to have our dinner. So the Officer of the Year was Detective Casey Nicholson. The Michael F. Clark Award went to Commander Steve Shorts. The Chief's Award went to Officer Travis White. The Professional Staff Member of the Year was Records Manager Kristen Ostertag. The Meritorious Service Award went to Senior Officer Jim Wismar and Officer David Cowan Jr. And the Volunteer of the Year was Russ McClelland. And the Explorer of the Year was Senior Explorer Brandon Pelayo. So congratulations to each and every one of them. I just wanted to make sure they were recognized here tonight. So that's all for me. Thank you.
Good job. I think mine's going to be pretty short also. The first week I was out of the state, so that probably went over well with everybody. On Tuesday, April 13th, I, along with Councilmember Litster, attended the Lucky Dog Cafe celebrating 1 year in business. Usually we don't do the 1 year thing, but this has been an incredible year for them to struggle through with the COVID and some of the issues that they had. I'm very happy to see that they're still in business, and was happy to be there and had lunch there, and it was very good. So I had a lunch meeting elsewhere, and we moved it to that location after their celebration, so it worked out great. In the afternoon, I had a virtual interview with Pamela Bonham, and she's a USC student, and just wanted to have a discussion about what goes on in our city and the different things affecting our city. What a pleasure to talk to this young lady. And I look for more conversations with her. I think it was very worthwhile. And no, I'm not going to say USC anymore. Thursday, April 15th, I attended the ADA Paratransit Advisory Committee. We elected a new chair. Let's see, what else do I have? That's pretty much it. A couple things I'd like to give shout outs to. First of all, I don't know what day it was. I think it was Saturday. I went to the solar farm that we heard about tonight, and I walked all around it, and I just want to say we're doing the right thing. We can't fix it. There's no quick fix that the city can do, but we're certainly spending time and trying to get to the bottom of it and bring the attention to the people that can make changes on that. Because I would sympathize if something like that was being built in my yard. It's like this huge erector set, and it just makes no sense. Also, I want to give a shout out to Robbie Hidalgo for his being Volunteer of the Year. Good work, Robbie. And I too want to say, I don't want to name all the police officers because I don't have the list in front of me like the Mayor Pro Tem did. However, the police have been going through some rough times in general across this nation. And I just want to say that those rough times hit here in Simi Valley also with some of the calls they've been on recently and what have you. And I just want to say that they certainly have my full support and understanding, and thanks for a great job being done. And the other ones I want to shout out, because I seem to go into City Hall almost daily for some reason, and the staff in the city manager's office is always there, always willing to help, and always willing to give you the phone call to remind you, hey, Keith, you have this appointment at 4:30, and it's right now 4 o'clock, and you don't look like you're ready. And the list goes on, but Sue, Karen, Sam, and Linda Swan, it'd be very, very difficult, and I'm sure Brian feels the same way. Without them, this would be a much different city hall. So with that, thank you very much. And now we go to 9B for request for future city council agenda items. Okay.
I'm sorry, Mayor, I have two requests.
I heard.
One, I don't know if it's a request for, I don't know if it's 9B item, but I would really like to have an update on the timeline of the restrictive covenants with regard to low income and affordable housing and their expiration dates, because I know that some of those are coming up, and I would hate, especially for any of our low income residents, to be phased out of those protective covenants. So I don't know if that's a report that we can get back at some point.
We can put a list together and forward it to the city council.
Okay, that would be wonderful. And my other request is, given the fact that we have had 47 shootings in the past 31 days, and I'm well aware of the impact of COVID that has had on the mental health of many people in our country, I'm going to request research into banning weapons in city council chambers and all civic buildings to make sure that everyone is kept safe when they, come to civic buildings to do their business, whether you go check out a book at the library or, or writing, or buying a bus pass. We have an epidemic right now in this country, and I want to make sure that people feel safe once we do reopen, city council chambers and all the other civic buildings that we have. I want to make sure that people know that they're safe there and that they're not going to be harmed in any way. And like I said, to ban weapons, with the exception, of course, of Simi Valley Police Department, who is here to protect us.
Okay, and may I ask you to clarify? You said, I think 47 shootings? 40 some.
47 the past 32 days in this country.
I just want to add, that's not in Simi Valley, that's nationwide.
No, it's nationwide, but, there was an incident, with threat earlier. So, and we have had incidents here in Simi Valley, but like I said, we're not sure where people's, mental states of being are, and I would just like to make sure that the public feels safe conducting business in government buildings. And we know that, other cities and other places in, Sacramento and the Capitol, weapons are not allowed in Congress. Weapons are not allowed in Sacramento. Weapons are not allowed in courthouses.
I should just interject that on 9B, once the proposition is stated, you have to get a second and then.
Yeah.
And then
Okay, so we'll need a second.
Don't we already have signage to that effect?
We do at PD, and we are putting the same signage on our council chamber here and in the city buildings.
So it is an actual policy that weapons are banned?
Well, I mean, PD has signage on the exterior of their building of no weapons, and I forget the language. We're acquiring the same stickers to put on our city buildings here.
I think it was brought up previously, the same discussion, and it went to the chief, and that was the solution they came up with.
So we're going to put up signs but not have a policy?
Chief, do you have an answer?
Yeah, I mean.
No, we don't have a second.
Do it. So nobody, with the exception of the court that mandates everybody walk through a metal detector, no public meetings in the county have anything of that nature. So I didn't really have any precedent to go for in developing that, other than it's just not, it's not done. Obviously, when we're here working, we're watching out for those things and looking at the people that are coming and going in the meetings. But, that's pretty much the extent of what we do.
Okay, thank you, Chief.
Okay, Mayor, I have one more request in honor of Earth Day, which is this month, the month of April, that we research the possibility of banning styrofoam and requesting that businesses use reusable, I'm trying to think of the word, environmentally friendly containers for takeout. I know a lot of us have been supporting local businesses by getting takeout, but that's a lot of styrofoam, and it doesn't break down. And a lot of cities like Calabasas have banned plastic and styrofoam for their local businesses in order to use, cardboard and things like that for the take-on containers that breaks down. We have to address climate change and the environmental issues that are impacting our community. That's my request.
My opinion is I don't think now is a good time to add that added expense to our restaurants. So maybe we can revisit that at a later time, but right now, I don't think they need that added expense.
Then I'll just tell all the council members, like, basically, if there's no second, then.
Okay, I didn't hear a second, so we'll move forward. Okay. Oh,
Is that what that's for, right?
That's in the queue, and I'm in the queue as well. We're
Okay.
trying to push buttons over here.
I'm sorry. I'm sitting there reading your names going, hey, look, there's one.
And it may be the same thing, so Councilmember.
Okay,
I would just like us to have brought back to the council the discussion from public comments tonight with the solar field that's being built. That came to me as an email. I think I might have been the first one to get it because he referred to me as being in, or maybe Councilmember Luevanos got it too, because he referred to District 2. I think that was Mr. Ross, by the way, wasn't it?
yes, yes.
And I forwarded his email immediately to Brian saying, what's going on over here? And Brian, he said he'd look into it, and he did. He sent Sam, and Sam did a great job getting back to them. And unfortunately, our hands are tied. So we don't control, we don't have the ability to supersede what the state housing agency does. So I think we need to have that at least explained to the citizens in some way, because I hate being in that position where I have to say, there's nothing I can do. I hated that as a cop. I hate that as a city council member. And other than what I did was to contact our state assemblywoman, and I think Sam contacted our state senator, Henry Stern. That's about it. So I think just if we can have somebody bring that back to the council, it would be just like a report to just explain what we did, or even if somebody's got a brilliant idea how to fight this thing, I'm all ears. I'm there and I want to do something, because it is wrong. I think when you look out this guy's backyard, the pictures, it's right there. It's like right on the other side of this dais. That's where this thing is. I'm like, that's crazy. But That's what I'd like to have done.
I agree, and I think what I understand, because I got a phone call from him, and I couldn't tell you when and who got it first, simply doesn't matter. We've all been contacted, and his frustration is why everybody's being contacted, and I turned it over to the city manager, and he's been working on it ever since. So I think in the near future, there'll be more information regarding it.
I guess I'll just say one more time, just get a second.
So,
and then it
so
comes
if I could be the second, because I was gonna, I guess, and I'm second. Here's the ask though. I understand that there's another city that has something similar, has a legal lawsuit about it. Santa Clarita. So I don't know that we could join the lawsuit. Obviously, it's their own area, but I think I think it's worthy of investigating legal action. And so I would even add that to the ask.
Okay. Before we,
Let
oh,
me,
no, that's all we
let me
need.
make a suggestion. We can put together a position paper, put it on our website, provide it to the press with all the information that we've done and the research we've done and the information we've provided to the council and the letters that we've written, and put that on our website for all to see. Yeah, the alternative is we can bring it back to an open meeting May 3rd or May 19th, I forget what the dates are. There are still things happening on that. In fact, just today, there was another development. But, I mean, if that works, we can put together that position paper and make that available.
Yeah, that was my only hesitation, is I know you're still working on it. I don't know what is going on. So I was like, before we get up here and have a dialogue about it, let's wait and see. Because he's well, like he said, even today, I guess he had contact with him. So if we could put it off for at least until they've exhausted what they're trying.
Let's see what happens in 2 weeks. And
I would just like to make sure that the citizens that are affected by it are made aware that we are doing something.
Yeah, and to confirm, it's not only him.
And I'm sure the city attorney more than happy. We've talked about the Santa Clarita lawsuit and if there is a way that we can provide support. So,
Okay.
that's not financial.
Ruth, you're still on the list. Do you want to be on the list? Okay, go ahead. Oh, you're done? Okay. No, that's okay. And Elaine, you're on the list.
Actually, mine was similar to what Mike, I will say, I'm just going to throw one thing out there, is that today is the 19th of April. It's the anniversary of our freedom. The first shot, Concord to Lexington, as the British came in. Farmers stood there to defend their freedoms. And so I just simply have to say, celebrating our freedom today. So, anniversary, that's all.
Let's take another look at your email. Thank you.
That's it.
The city manager was acting up while you were speaking.
Mr. Gabler.
Okay, we did the reports, we did that. All right, so at this time, we're going to adjourn in the memory of the victims of the tragedy in Indianapolis, Indiana. And let's rapidly get to another point where we don't have to close in anybody's memory. With that, the meeting is adjourned.